Welcome to the Golden T-Mobile 2022 World Championship. Hi, everyone. I'm Chad Schrump. I will be joined shortly by Chris Longino. Our first match today, live from the Westgate, will be Bannerman's. Lance Harris, you know his story. We will talk more about that as we go. He will be taking on Matt Vick. Here's our schedule of events for the Golden T-Mobile World Championship weekend. Today is head-to-head. Yesterday we qualified here at the Westgate in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are doing the head-to-head mobile match play. Tonight we will have a closest to the pin contest to determine who the next qualifiers are for the World Championship in arcade. But today we are featuring some incredible mobile talent. And what are they playing for? $10,000 is the first place prize. Second place, you can see it, $5,000, $3,000 for third, $2,000 for fourth place, working all the way down to $500 between the 13th through 16th place competitors. Yesterday, these guys qualified for the last chance tournament. The three players that made it: Lance Harris, Bannerman's. You knew him last year as Luna. He will open up the broadcast today with a head-to-head matchup again with Matt Vick. But also last year's qualifier, Larry Foster, Mr. Golden Tee. He made it through the last chance qualifier, as well as Texas's Travis Bond. Mr. Bond makes it. He is the 16th qualifier, seeded 16th. He will play the number one qualifier later today, Tilt Nasty. Here is our top 16. Tilt Nasty, Mr. Bond will match up. Shankopotamus, Will Davis plays Jason Smith, No-Dos. Bannerman's, we've talked about Luna. We've talked about him, Lance Harris, and he plays Matt Vick as we lose the rest of the bracket. We will go over more of that later. Love being here. Second year doing this broadcast. We're getting ready to have a match. You can see him behind us. Matt Vick is just over my shoulder, and with the hood on is Lance Harris. So we'll be going to this match shortly. A closer look at the competitors. Matt saying hi to his friends from North Carolina. And Bannerman's taking the drink now. Did have a short commute to the hotel casino today. Lives in Las Vegas, Nevada. And there is Lance Harris. Played as Luna all last year. Part of this year, changed his name to the arcade name Bannerman's. And there is Matt Vick. Vick in a box. Former college football kicker. Played at Chattanooga, a proud moccasin. His second World Championship, qualified last year, and has repeated that tough task and is back in the championship this year, trying to improve his finish from last year. Should be going to the matchup soon. Both players have shaken hands. Gino should be here shortly. Chris Longino, you know him from his podcast. He is the alpha. He will be doing the arcade tournament as well. A historian when it comes to the great game of Golden Tee. It is unbelievable when he starts talking about the game's past, the game's present, the game's future. I think you will enjoy him on this broadcast. He has worked very hard, and I'm impressed with the knowledge base that he is gaining in the mobile game because, quite frankly, it is not his strong suit, but he has worked hard to understand the game. He plays in Golden T-Mobile, the league. Did not play this season. He's got a lot going on in his personal life, but he has played it. He's trying to understand the game, brings the podcast to the people of the mobile side as well as arcade, has done a heck of a job trying to get the word out on this great game as I continue to look at Matt Vick. Handsome lad. See Andy Coleman, the vice president of esports, and he is going over last second, details. And I think we're about ready to go. Again, we are at the Westgate Casino. We talk about this place. This is the house that Andy Haas built in arcade, won his first world championship here years ago, and we are back. So here is the mobile first match. We are live and ready to go. Vic in a box and Bannermans. We are on Cape Haven. This is the front nine. And both players are off here on the first hole. First hole, a chance to get an early stroke on your opponent if you can throw one in from the fairway. Both players taking their time on the iPads. It's important to try to replicate the way that you play at home. Try to find a comfort level that you can assimilate into a world championship, into an unfamiliar setting on a stage. These two are front and center. There are players in the crowd watching them play, watching every move, watching every shot. Vic in a box points his first hole, I believe, birdies, and he is on his way. I do not know if Lance holed out one or not. I cannot see it as well as I would like to see it. So let's see the scorecard here shortly. Hole number 2 here on Cape Haven. '22 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship. I am Chad Schrump, and I will be joined by Chris Longino shortly. Lance Harris is going to go with a javelin. And so will Vic. And as you recall, when you watch the mobile videos as we qualified through the 16 weeks, the pace of play due to the nature of the editing of the video, it's bam, 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 bam. It's very quick. But that is edited that way. I mean, these players are taking their time. Vic makes his putt. He is now 2 under par. That was probably an eagle, actually. So he should be, that's a birdie. So he is now 2 under. And Lance Harris holds out. He continues his hot play. Birdies 1, holes out number 2. That is how he has been playing this game the last 3 months. He is playing a game unlike anyone has ever seen in Golden Tee Mobile, the way he has been playing. Holes out his second hole, and if you had questions about the nerves, if you wondered if he could do this in front of people, he has answered that very quickly. Bannermans holes out from the fairway, 1-stroke lead after 2 over Matt Vick. We go to the par 3. This one, if they are hitting 3 irons, I cannot tell. I'm going to need to be able to see this better than I can see, because I can't see some details on what clubs they have right now. So bear with me. This is a stinger from Lance. He just scoots it past on the right side. We'll have an easy putt from the fringe, and he makes it. Here is Vic. Also a stinger, and he just misses to the right side, runs up that fringe and comes back down. Should be an easy putt. He makes it, and we continue. Lance Harris, an early hole out. Hole number 2 has a 1-stroke lead on Matt Vick. Opening match of the 2022 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship here at the Westgate in Las Vegas, Nevada. Here is Lance Harris lining up his drive. Vic has already reached a safe place. Now with a maniac's in and just runs it past the right side. Very nice shot from Vic. He will get an eagle. And that is a good pin placement for the players. It's a tough hole when this pin is cut on the front side of the green. It is hard to land that shot and have a manageable putt. So we continue. Vic has gone up a hole as far as the pace of play. He is 1 hole ahead right now of Lance Harris, but Lance has a 1-stroke lead, carefully lining up a looks like a high loft driver, or is that a big stick? Cannot tell. It looks like a Maniac's for sure. I see that. As Vic hits, and he has gone past the hole and will have a right breaker. This is a test of the nerves for Vic. Right breaking putt. Nicely done from the former place kicker, used to pressure. 44-footer. That could easily run off the rails if you're not in a good place with your nerves. And he is in and good. Lance Harris still looking at this shot. Of course, Vic almost holed this one out. Very deliberate pace early from Bannemans. Vic now 2 holes ahead and again trails a stroke, but made a beautiful putt on the last hole. Lance has hit, throws it down just short. No great shot points, but that is a tap-in eagle. Maintains a 1-stroke lead over Matt Vick, and now he will be playing the drivable par 4 that Vic just eagled. Here is Vic from the fairway, 1 hole ahead, as you all are well aware. And that runs off into the fringe. That'll be a left breaker, should not be an issue, and it is not. Good putt from Vic. He moves on, trails by 1. Lance Harris still sizing up his drive here on this drivable par 4. Big shot. There's not room to really land this shot and have a short putt. You are looking best case scenario. Honestly, I think Vic had best case scenario, 30 or 40 footer. And it looks like Lance will have the same. And we saw this breaks quite a bit. This is a chance for Vic to get a stroke back. Trails by 1, and I am joined by the alpha. Chris Longino making his appearance, and Lance buries a putt.
Excellent putt.
That was pressure packed. Maintains his 1-stroke lead. Welcome, my brother.
Good to see you, Chad Trump.
We're here, man.
It took forever for us to get here, and we are finally here for the 2022 Golden Tee World Championship and the Golden Tee Mobile World Championship.
We're here, man. Matt Vick trails 1 in this match early. Lance Harris doing Lance Harris things, hold out the second hole. Ooh. And took a 1-stroke lead. He's just been doing this for the last 3 months. He's been absolutely unbelievable and is playing very well.
Matt appeared to have missed another putt. He's down 2.
Yeah. Matt is this is his second Golden Tee Mobile World Championship from North Carolina. Look at that shot from Lance Harris. Throws an orbits into the back of the green. Of
Beautiful.
course, it's downhill, comes back quickly, and he will maintain a 2-stroke lead, although he does what? He's 1 hole behind at least at this point. I was just telling the viewers, it's hard where we're sitting right now. It's hard to see a lot of detail from the view that we have. Either that or my eyes have gotten terrible.
We're doing the best we can with it. It does seem a little far off for us to see. Hopefully some of our screens in booth here will be going at some point. Chad, Cape Haven, tell me about this course.
It's a long course. I mean, it presents itself long in many instances, especially the back 9. I know we're playing the front 9 right now. Mm-hmm. Like this hole in particular, there's times when it is literally everything you can do. The hole that Lance is playing to even reach that strip of fairway. The wind could be in your face so much that a Maniac's barely makes it. Looks like they didn't really have that this time, but you have to hit a precise shot into these fairways and greens because there's super deep bunkers. You remember that from the days on arcade, obviously. You get in a bunker in the wrong position here, and it is nightmare fuel. Big numbers. Lance, 1 better.
Love the posture Lance Harris is using. His, I guess, the cross leg stance in the chair.
I mean, and I talked about this before you joined. It's very important to find a comfortable spot, the way you play at home, to try to replicate that so you can make your typical swipe, the swipe you use day in, day out. Mm-hmm. How do we do it? Well, I believe Lance. I believe that's how he sits at home. and he is comfortable in playing like it. That is
now,
a good shot from Vic.
And then you can tell Matt is not nearly as deliberate as Lance is.
Yeah. Oh, missed putt from Matt.
It's 3 this round for him.
So he will finish what? He's going into the
10th hole at
10th.
11 under and a hole-in-one.
Lance Harris, you are a maniac right now. 2 better. He is on what, 15 pace here on the front. Vic shoots an 11 on the front. We move to the back, and this back 9 can play unbelievably long. And we talked on the podcast about being able to overpower a course, and it is very difficult in mobile to overpower a course. It's not the same game as cabinet when it comes to that. You just can't reach a lot of these holes like maybe you could if you were playing cabinet. You just can't get there. And it's some massive risks trying to reach some greens because of the way they're sloped, water behind. If you can maybe reach a green, you might not be able to stop the ball. I mean, there's a lot of risk involved for these guys.
And Lance, who will appear, if he can get eagle here, will go up 4 through 9 holes. Just playing outstanding right now.
He's been playing so well. And it's,
high tee maniacs with a 3-wood. Getting aggressive a little bit here, right?
Get over that, and it slides down.
Ooh.
Just so well done. It's just well done.
Course management. I mean, that's course knowledge right there. You know that shot's going to react that way, right?
You do. I don't hit maniacs in that green very often. I don't.
It seems scary.
I mean, there's what's behind it. There's
water.
There's water behind, and you've got 2 hole outs. Mm-hmm. But if you trust yourself and you feel like you've put in the reps, so to speak, and you've got a whole lot of volume behind you, you know what that ball's going to do, like you said. That's all about him understanding what's going to happen on that shot. I'm going to take a drink of this beautiful Tito's and sugar-free Red Bull. I think it's going to be important for us to lubricate the voice box all day long.
We'll see how quick I go to alcohol. I've got a much longer night ahead of me, so I'm trying to pace myself a little bit. We're here for the second ever Golden Tee Mobile World Championship here from the Westgate in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada.
We've got live chat going on here on YouTube. Hi, everybody. Matt Shulkin. Yes, I said lubricate. Lubricate the voice box. It's important.
And this will leave a Ranger putt.
Ranger. Vic needs to get back in this.
Cannot miss this putt.
And did this go off? No, it did not. That's very fortunate. That's one of the death bunkers. Ooh. That is a death bunker. So if I'm Matt Vick right now, you've got to know, I mean, you're playing the monster. You're playing the monster in the room. You know you've made many mistakes so far. I think it would be important if I'm Matt, let me get my game back on track for my next match. I'm not trying to say this match is over because there's opportunities out there, right? I doubt Lance is going to screw up anything, but Matt needs to get his game back on track.
I speak often, and I think this works in both worlds of Golden Tee, the comfort in match play of being up by 3 strokes, the comfort of being able to give a mistake away and still being able to lead a match.
That's so important, right? I mean, that's just huge.
And right now, you got to believe Lance has to know he's up by at least 1.
Oh, you'd have to.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I think 1. I think it would be safe to say, hey, he's probably not holed out twice.
But that being said, if they wanted to go and take a look up and just see where their opponent is, they could do that.
Lance is locked in, man. Headphones on. I mean, you guys can see it. He has not looked up one time. He has not looked up. Now, I'm going to say that, and he's going to look up. Watch. But nodding his head. He's got his music on.
What do you think he's listening to in there?
With Lance, it's hard to say. I think he's got a huge repertoire of music that he likes.
I would believe it's meditative.
Really?
Yeah, something that can keep him calm and just keep him smooth.
Lance,
a guy that is so well versed in just mobile itself, but understand he's also a borderline Hall of Famer in the world of arcade.
It's crazy, isn't it?
And interesting career he's had. Played in the late 90s into the early 2000s of Golden Tee Arcade. Was actually played and won a Golden Tee Arcade tournament in Australia in 2007.
I remember that.
One of 3 Americans that got to go play in that. And
Dean
then
went to that. Dean Liakakis
Dean
went to that.
Liakakis and Andy Haas both went to that. We were actually kind of talking about that before we came in here about playing Golden Tee in Australia and everything being metric. Meters, kilometers per
That's
hour
crazy,
of wind. Right? and Andy Haas would tell me about this conversion card they keep in their pocket to gauge what kilometers per hour was in the wind. And I never really even thought about that, but that was great.
So right now, Lance is playing the par 5, and it looked to be, Vic, another mistake. That bunker's not so bad. You can actually make this one.
And Matt just kind of looks up, and he kind of knows what's happening right now.
He knows he's being destroyed.
But
he knows now, and he's laughing. He just got to get his game back on track. And
I mean, the first 4 strokes have been missed. Is putting. Is that a nerves-related issue? You think so?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But, it is. But I saw him bang in a 44-foot right 5 or 6. So, I mean, if you make that putt, you can make a lot of putts because that's not an easy putt in this situation. But I don't know, man. I just know that this is going to be a fun tournament. There are some players in this tournament that are just freak nasty. Lance obviously being one of those players. Riley Hitchcock has really come onto the scene the last year since we had our 2021 World Championship in July of last year, and is just a world beater right now. And, of course, with Tony Johnson being out, it just opens up the field that much more. But, my God, man, what would you pay to watch Lance and Tony in a World Championship final?
That would be captivating.
It would,
to say the least.
Yeah, it would. And they're good friends.
And that was a very, very safe shot from Lance Harris right there, knowing he didn't have to do anything that hard. Long par 3s on this course. This one being one of them. And he buries it.
Just another one. Just rolling along.
Yeah.
What is he at now? What's that say?
He is 20 through 14. 20 through 13. I'm sorry, 20 through 13.
This course sets up, I believe, 13-13, 26 under par maybe. I'm going to have friends of mine yell at me that I don't know that. All right, Rick Copperthorne already told me I'm a moron, and it's 27. So Lance is
mega putt
two
for
better.
Vic.
There you go. Get yourself going.
Yeah, just get some putts in right now and get some rhythm going for that next match.
It's double elimination.
So this is in the first round.
This is our first match, 2022 World Championship. A lot of history in this building, isn't there?
Yes, sir. A lot of history for just the Golden Tee platform itself. Today we'll celebrate playing our 11th playing of the Golden Tee World Championship Arcade beginning tonight, and then with this new venture with us in Golden Tee Mobile. What a great venue this has turned out into being.
Yes.
Great. Kudos to Andy Coleman and the work that they've put in.
Here we go.
And now Lance playing maybe a little wayward shot right there, but he's not looked up, but he's got to know he's feeling good.
I mean, I think that, last year the players couldn't really see the screen like they can see it now. So I am surprised that Lance hasn't looked, because there's going to be, and maybe he will, Chris, if he has a look that he thinks it really has a chance of hitting water, he would probably want to know, hey, where am I at in this match?
Yeah, 76-foot putt right here for Bannermans. Seen that name for a long time. And just a little south of the hole.
Yeah. The mistake, of course, on this hole was that he wasn't closer. But there's no shame in missing a 76-footer. It's just getting yourself not in position.
Drops his first stroke of the match.
Yes, he does. Still in great shape. Lance is fine. Vic continues on. He will be moving on to this par 3. Water behind this green, but not really in play, especially with the shot that Matt is looking at.
I love a good orbit shot. It just reminds me of some good old school Golden Tee 4. Just some good backspin.
That's a good ball. That's fine.
Maybe not there, but a lot of the steep hole. As he'll walk into 18. Just Mr. Consistent, being 6 feet from the hole in these shots where you need to be 6 and 5 feet from the hole.
Yep.
Also, good to see that great shot points will not be the tiebreaker this weekend, if I'm correct.
That is correct. And that's goodness. That is absolute goodness. I'm trying to pull up this match on my personal device because I can see it a little better, and it's a little bit behind, so it's really not going to help me a whole lot, unfortunately, because I do not see that screen as well as I like to. And at the moment, our monitors are not working. Lance from the pier. This is the play.
Common shot for both platforms.
Yep. He's going to go with the javelin. And of course, if you follow this game for long, Mobile, that is the uniform, the outfit, if you will, that he has used from day one. The gas mask, the boots, the female player. Vic is now done.
Not what he wanted, 20 under.
Finishes 20 under par. Lance would have to go backwards drastically. Vic 7 strokes off of par in his first match. May have had some nerves. But Bannerman is rolling. It's a very similar. That wasn't similar at all.
I think
that was a sniper.
He played a sniper. I think
right on the hole.
For the purpose of that was just to be safe.
Yep, right on the hole. And now he is on 18 into his victory march. Just needs to get this up on the green. Now I will tell you,
it's a deadly green.
That is, you do not want to be in this bunker. The only chance Matt has is that Lance goes in this bunker and can't get out. I think that has got to be the play.
Has his largest driver out.
The play should be you've got to go past this hole, land it on this green, and avoid that bunker on the left side with the most urgency that you have. So he is going to plant a sniper up here.
Full power.
Oh, beautiful.
Excellent.
And he lands it underneath the hole. Underneath the hole. He will bury this. And Lance Harris has won his first match of the 2022 World Championship here at the Westgate in dominating fashion. Did he finish 28? What did he finish?
I think it was 27.
27 under par, 7-stroke victory for Lance Harris. Matt Vick will move into the losers bracket. We're playing double elimination, 16 players. Lance will advance. I do have a bracket somewhere, and I will look at that shortly. Here is Chris Longino in your camera. Chad Shrump with you. Here we are. And that was a wrecking ball performance.
Burial.
Yeah, that was. Okay, we are going to go to a break. We will come back with another match shortly. This is the 22 World Championship from the Westgate. We will be back shortly. Welcome back to the Westgate. Chad Trump with Chris Longino. And we just saw Lance Harris put on a fantastic opening round performance. And if there were any questions about Lance not having the game or some magical choking issue or maybe he doesn't step up when the moment's big, I think he's answered it early.
Just a clinic in that first match, and beautiful performance. Obviously, he'll be a force to be reckoned with today. As we look at the bracket here, top 16. 16 qualifiers, we had 13, 3 from the last chance last night. Those 3 being Travis Bond, Bannermans, and Mr. Golden Tee. Up next on the stage, we're going to have
Rick Copperthorne,
and Sam Hines. We got Duck Rubber.
Duck Rubber, he's changed it again. He's back to old school, going with that name. He's Duck Rubber, and I think, and let's look. I can't wait to look at this, but I think Rick Copperthorne, I almost have him talked into going back to the Swiper Sniper. So if he's playing as Swiper Sniper, I'm going to be a very happy individual. As you see the players behind, there's Sam Hines right behind Chris's shoulder, and there is the good doctor, the dentist from Las Vegas, Rick Copperthorne, formerly Swiper Sniper, Disparity, golfer 5840. You name it, he's been that name. Hopefully he's going back to his roots.
Bronze medalist at the 2020 or 2021 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship.
Yeah, had a hell of a performance last July.
Went on a great run to get a third-place finish, and comes here today to make his second ever Golden Tee Mobile World Championship
And
appearance.
I am pretty positive that he is going to try for closest to the pin tonight, which got him into the Arcade Worlds
in 2019?
2019, that's right.
Yeah, played in the World Championship that year as well.
And he used to play with the St. Louis guys back when there was a big crew of St. Louis guys. There probably still is, but back when, Luna was in St. Louis for a while, Gervais was in St. Louis, Evan had a big group of folks.
St. Louis in general is a pretty big hotbed for Golden Tee here in America.
That's right. So Rick used to play with those boys. There he is, looking dapper today here at the Westgate here in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Just looking sharp. Earphones appear to be the choice, although Sam Hines looks to be going without.
He does. Sam's a low-key dude, man. He's pretty chill. I mean, you almost think of the Duck Rubber as borderline hippie. Very chill, and we've talked about his game. We've talked about it on your podcast several times. He is a pioneer in this sport, and I know it's still in its infancy, right?
Yeah, very early.
But to come up with these one-iron stinger-style sniper shots with that sniper golf ball that lands, detonates, if you will, and stops almost on a dime. Unless you're on a downhill slope, it will slide a bit, which he plans for. He's got these distances figured out, and I am super curious, how is he going to play on a big stage? And he is literally on the big stage right now. Can you still perform these very technical shots that require precise distance control? So we'll see. We'll see. I'm very curious about this.
Speaking to him last night, he's starting to kind of change a little bit of his philosophy, learn how to play maybe some more traditional cut shots in Golden Tee. But I think today it's all about aggression for him. I think he's going to be super aggressive in this match, just judging by talking to him last night. A lot of snipers coming in. We'll see how he plays. And, of course, the Swiper Sniper is the name is back. You see it?
Well, it's on the screen. I love it. I love it. That's one of the greatest names in the history of mobile. It's Swiper Sniper. He was one of the first guys we saw, and we are going to agave, baby.
Agave. Get ready to attack. A little bit of love here to before they start the match. And it says there at the end, by the way, Swiper Sniper 2.
Ooh, okay. I can go with that as long as we got the Swiper Sniper back. You know, one thing about this community and its early development here, it reminds me a lot of the arcade. Chris, I know you're the exact same way with me. The best friends I have in this world are all Golden Tee guys.
Basically.
They are. I've got, I got several friends that aren't, but majority of my friends I have made from the arcade game and now the mobile game. And it's just, I was talking about this morning with some guys. It's the common bond that I don't know what goes through our brains to be able to play this mobile game and arcade game. There's just some similarities in the kind of person that it attracts, and I just
very like-minded people.
Yeah, it's just cool. I mean, it's a really close community, just like arcade is. That's why you saw that hug before the match. It's just good sportsmanship, good friends, and trying to win 10 grand. So let's see what happens here on Agave. Not my favorite course, to be honest, but we'll see what happens here.
This is an important match, I think, for Sam right now. I mean, Sam 3 months ago might have been the favorite to win this tournament. And since then, he's kind of taken maybe a little bit of time back from the game. But as I said before, I think this match is about aggression for him, especially with this course. Let's see how aggressive he can be. Do his math right. And if he can get some stinger shots going in, it could get a little dicey for Mr. Copperthorne.
Now, what was Rick Copperthorne doing there? Did you see that?
I did not. I thought he might have been taking a swig of his drink there. But
he pulled his phone out, looked at it, and put it back down.
And just a little left of the hole.
Oh, Sam about drained that. All right, here is Rick's first look.
And Rick.
The duck will birdie the first hole. Swiper, sniper, 2. Rick Copperthorne, Las Vegas resident. Played in the 2021 World Championship, finished 3rd, as Chris told you. Here's another opportunity here, Chris, on hole 2. Duck Rubber is going to get this down into this fairway as far as he can. He will have another stinger opportunity. I don't know if he's going to go with the jab or the sniper ball. We'll see in a minute. But with the hole being the very back of the green, he might elect to use a javelin. We'll see.
As everybody can tell, Copperthorne just a little bit more methodical.
And he was last year. I mean, it's just his MO. I mean, he plays slow. But, you know, Lance Harris played slow as well and shot great. So let's see what Rick does.
Stayed a couple holes behind. At this point, we'll see how.
Yeah. Rick will throw a sniper up. That's great shot points. Not necessarily do they matter in this tournament, but does show how you're playing at the time, how you're attacking the hole. Duck Rubber is going with the javelin. I thought he might with that pin being in the very back. He's got room to let this run. See if he can get his first hole out of the 2022 World Championship here in Las Vegas.
Interesting posture from Rick Copperthorne right there, basically holding his, using his left leg to rest his right arm, his left arm with the tablet, while the tablet is also resting on his right knee.
Here's Duck Rubber. Can you hit it straight? That looks like it's
just
left.
A little off.
That's left. That's great shot points. So Duck hit that just a little left. And he will tap that one in no problem. Swiper Sniper still sizing this one up. Already got some cabinet players in here playing the machines. They're set on free play. They are warming up for tonight and this weekend.
Now 10 spots available for the closest to the pin last chance qualifier tonight.
If you have a private jet, get on it. Get here.
If you're within a 10-hour drive, I think you should be here.
You might as well, right?
Yeah.
You got a hell of a chance to make the tournament. And Chris Longino, just a rock star in this room. People giving him high fives, slapping his back.
There's been a lot of really nice people to me here this weekend. You guys have been great. Very flattered.
Oh, here's the shot.
Ooh.
Just past the hole for Duck Rubber. Almost holes out. Really nice effort with the javelin.
So I take it when Rick is, taking his time with this, he's doing the math in his mind. Where does he need to be?
I think so too. I mean, if you're going to take 3-4 minutes, you're trying to dial this in perfectly. Every shot is so critical. Duck Rubber already on the 4th hole.
Now, those would be standard stinger shots these guys would probably make at home, right? I mean, those are...
Agave 2 is kind of weird. I don't know what others do, but if it's a right 1 green, I played it like a right 2. So you almost got to give yourself another click if you're going to play clicks when you go left to counteract that break. And it's just... with the wind, with that green, it's a little bit different. If that was like a desert valley green that's nice and flat. I think one or both of those players have a chance to make it. But one of the big things here in this tournament, I mean, it's just the pressure. Then we'll talk about it and we'll see it all weekend long. Who handles it? So far, I mean, both these players are playing fine.
Making what they need to make.
I'd like to see how Rick does here. This is a really nice look that he has. Of course, Duck just went to the right of it, Sam Hines, Denver, Colorado's own. I don't think he's really in Denver. I think he's outside of Denver.
Seems like a Colorado guy.
He is definitely a Colorado guy. And he just gets that on the green. And here's the first gut check. This is the first gut check. I'm not sure if he can range or putt that. Most likely it's a chip.
A little bit of a lip right there in front of him.
Chris, this is a big shot. This is a big shot for Sam Hines. Are your nerves in check? Because this is the test. This is the test because you have to hit this straight. Great shot points from Rick. Huge chip for Duck Rubber. Watching him take his time. He knows this is a big one. Make sure his pullback's perfect.
Make sure his math is right as well. And drills it home.
Bingo! Good shot from Mr. Sam Hines. That's a big one. That is a big one. Sam has proven to himself that he has his nerves under control. I'm telling you, that's a tough chip. It is a tough chip under these conditions. You make that at home 19 times out of 20. I don't know why I pulled that number out. Here on a stage, people watching you, cameras everywhere, noise, $10,000 on the line. That is a big freaking chip that he just made as we continue here on Agave.
And a wonderful shot right into there to 5. Leaves him about 14 or about 12 feet for his eagle.
Now, Rick has elected to go to what I call the Mike Smith collection area. Mike hits his drive here every single time. I always go to the right. I feel like it's a better look. Rick likes this look. But this is not a pretty shot that he has in front of him right now. He'll be able to clear that, no issue. But this plays a little long. This is not an easy shot Rick's going to have here. Not a whole lot of green to play with. Maybe you've got that fringe. You've got that collection area down below. That's a dead spot. So big shot for Rick coming up. I see why he's taking his time here. You almost want to play for that big fat part of the green. Get on there. Just make your frickin' putt. If you got a 40-footer, you got a 40-footer, you got to make that. It's a whole lot better than trying to snug this up close, I think.
Do not want the same chip Sam Hines had.
You didn't, and that's what you're looking at. That is exactly what you're looking at by trying to be cute here. And I'm not saying Rick's going to be cute here, but if you try to finesse this in, you're asking for trouble. Good shot from Sam. Good shot from Sam, playing very well.
Dials
22,000 points. Ooh, seems calm, doesn't he?
Yeah. Now here's Rick going in with an excellent shot.
Beautiful. That was beautiful. That is world championship level play. Very nice. Sam taking a look at the screen. Rick says, well, I think I will too. Of course, last year, Rick looked at the screen quite a bit. It was there to look at, and he did. Both players looking right now. As I see Niall Campbell walking across the stage. The great Kevin Lindsay here with us. We continue on. So this is an interesting look. Should have no issue getting this thing over the mountain, and that is what Rick is going to do with the Maniacs. Just want to get it onto the front of this green, and that Maniacs will carry all the way down that downhill green. Just trying to line it up just right. Very methodical. And again, he played like this last year. Was the slowest player last year. And it's funny because he and I joke about that a lot because I brought it up a lot last year. He just takes his time, and that's the way he plays. He plays like that, and it got him a third-place finish in the World Championship. Here is Duck Rubber with the Maniacs. Nice. Nicely done.
We get a little bit more established. I want to experiment with a speed tournament. Say
fun.
like 20%, 20 seconds between shots.
It'll be fun. Here we go.
Or go ahead.
No, I'm just looking at Rick's just trying to get this lined up just right. He's going to land this on the green. Here it comes down.
Very, very similar to Sam's shot.
Yep. And that's honestly, on this front nine, that's typically only the really hard hole. And that was a pretty easy setup. So both players did well on that one. Well, Sam has a drivable par 4 in front of him right now. I've got my good friend Chris Hampstead working in the room. There are matches going on right now that I'm going to try to update you on. So here's what we have. Tilt Nasty escapes Travis Bond, the last chance qualifier, wins by 1 stroke. Nodos, he beat Shankopotamus by 1 stroke, we think. Blav upsets Mark Duchesne by 1 stroke. And Jordan Scott has advanced to round 2 of the winner's side. He beats Ben Gardet, Nebraska ball.
Popular man in this room today.
Jordan Scott has been playing like just a maniac the last couple of months, the last 3 months. The precocious teenager from northern Kentucky has been playing some sensational Golden Tee Mobile. I watched him play yesterday, and needless to say, extremely impressed with the amount of shots that kid can hit. So thank you, Chris Hampstead. Please keep providing us updates, matches going on right now in this pavilion, in this hall. We do have the featured match in front of us, and it's a good one right now. We're watching Sam Hines, Duck Rubber, and Swiper Sniper. They're still tied, aren't they, Gino?
Yeah.
And that's the one thing about agave. That is the one thing with players of this caliber. It's hard. I'm not saying it's hard to make a mistake, especially under these conditions, but this is not typically a course that a good player, if it's not set up hard, they're not going to make a lot of mistakes. There's a very good chance this thing could go extras. We'll see.
Just going a little bit faster, but he is still making some very quality shots right now.
Next match we will have on the winner's side that we will need to watch will be Jordan Scott and Lance Harris. Now that will be in the second round, Jordan and Lance. So hopefully we'll be able to bring you that one here.
Those are 2 big-time players right there.
Man, that's going to be a hell of a match. That will be a hell of a match. And both have a lot of draw. I mean, there's people that are watching this stream to watch those 2 guys play. And to have to go head-to-head so early in a tournament, it's just part of the 16-man field. If you want to win a championship in a 16-man field, you're going to play great players, and you're going to play them early and often. A nice shot from Swiper Sniper. So we are still tied.
So par on the front is 13, Chad?
Oh, here's our first mistake.
That was
Duck has miscalculated. This is a big-time chip for Sam Hines. Par is 14 on the front, 15 on the back here on Agave.
So it appears he would have hit a par round on the front 9.
Is he flopping this? Flop wedge jav. Just want to get it right past that fringe. Let it hop in. And
just past it.
It took a bad hop. The line was excellent. That is the first drop shot. That is the danger of the 1-iron stinger. If it hits that green and you're not calculated correctly, that thing will sail. Just got confirmation from Andy Coleman Poppin' Wheelies, Jordan Scott, and Lance Harris Bantaments will be our next featured match up on the stage, and my God, will that be a good one. But right now, we have an excellent match here on Agave, and I'm surprised, but Sam has made a mistake on 10, opening the door a bit for Swiper Sniper.
A little aggressive with that stinger. To the left as well. Wasn't really on line. I would call that, I mean, a 2 out of 10 compared to where he would need. I mean, what he's capable of doing.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But the important thing on Agave for Sam here, Duck Rubber, down 1 most likely, is that you just keep your head down, and you can't let that hole carry into the next several. You can't be down about it. You just got to figure out a way to get that stroke back.
Neither have looked up here in about 3 or 4 holes, so they're in tune to their match. I think they kind of know where they're at. I don't know if Rick knows that he is up 1.
Rick will know shortly because he looks at that screen quite a bit. Got another update. Larry Foster, Mr. Golden Tee, and Chubby Cox, Matthew Hanson from Salt Lake City. They are tied after 9 holes as they continue their first round match. Thank you again to Chris Hampstead for the updates.
He's going to be in line for some free drinks.
He needs them. Yeah, he needs them.
We'll send our people to help him.
All right, Agave, we continue. Swiper, Sniper, Duck Rubber. If you're down joining us, this is the 2022 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship. We are in round 1 featuring one player that's been here before, and we have a newcomer, which is Sam Hines. Rick finished 3rd last year. Here's Duck.
Shots away, and
that's a good ball. Ooh, nice shot.
More
from
great shot
Swiper.
points. He's been around the hole this match.
25,000 GSP.
Nothing really testing him so far. Now he takes a look up. Knows he's a par round.
Par 3 for Duck Rubber. This will be a stinger. Now, the one thing that he is probably thinking, can I trust my math right now? Because I am sure on that 10th hole when he had his mistake, it's probably made him a little jittery about calculations, and you can't leave this short. I mean, you see what the problem is. It's just water.
If this is going to be a stinger, that's an aggressive shot, Chad.
He's the most aggressive player in Golden Tee Mobile. I'm not saying he's going to do it. You're going to find – is he doing it?
The sniper's out.
The sniper's out. What club is he picking?
Right now he's got 3 iron.
Oh, he's just going to hit that full. Let's see.
Now notice Copperthorne sticking with a 7 wood, not playing any kind of stinger shot.
Oh, no. He's going to float his in. Yeah, he'll float that in. There's a chance to get Rick could make this with what he has. I love watching Sam hit these shots. He's thinking about it. Doing a little math right now. It's a math game. No shame in it. There's feel involved, but there's a lot of math, a lot of precision. Rick has a chance to hold this out. This is a good look. Duck Rubber down 1. He needs one.
That means you're saying Sam complicated that hole a little bit then.
Sam is saying, you know what? I need to relax.
Yeah. He's got a little time. He's up a couple holes.
Can someone bring that man another beer? Can someone bring that man another beer?
Just trying to get himself into a good place. He knows he has some time.
So Rick birdies 10 and officially takes a 1-stroke lead over Sam Hines. Rick Copperthorne, Swiper Sniper 2, is now looking at the drivable par 4. Will put his tee into the far right-hand corner. I lied. It looks like he's going to plant that in the far right back, which I've never done that. He's looking at math. Here's a huge shot for Duck. This is a huge shot,
and
this is very well could be this could be the match.
Shots away at 100%, and plays that wonderfully.
Yeah, he played that very safe. Nice shot. Now I do know him. And I'm sure he wanted to hit the 1. Playing it right in front of that pin and let it float in.
That was the smart play, though, Chad.
Oh, that was a good play.
His match is over if he's wet.
And you wonder if that break in the action when he stopped, settled himself, took a drink, if he was saying, you know what, discretion is the better part of valor at sometimes, and I am going to live to fight another day. I don't want to make a big mistake here, and let's go on with this match. So still down 1, although he is ahead on holes played, but through 10, Rick is up 1 stroke. We do know that. Some maniacs
plays
in.
a lot of snipers. Duck Rubber does.
Well, I guess he's not going to use. I'm trying to look right now at what Copperthorne's going to hit here. Just worrying about a tee shot. Good sniper from Sam.
The rare naked ball.
Hey, somebody tell Rick that IT is paying for these balls. These are not coming out of his player account.
He can use as many as he wants.
Free balls, man.
If you don't need one, just hit a javelin just for it.
Yeah, I mean, use it. All right, Duck Rubber does have the Maniacs out. Of course, the Maniacs ball gets up very quickly. More carry distance, but it lands softly. So up and over for Duck Rubber. And he elects to avoid the fairway on the right. Will go over this mountain. This is a play a lot of players use. They will play over this hill. And you've got to add a little bit of distance because you're in the rough. He will float this, let it land, and run to the pin. It's a great look. This is a great look. A real legitimate chance for Sam to get his stroke back. This is a first hole-out opportunity he's had in a while. Very curious to see how he performs here. It's hard to get strokes back on agave. When you have an opportunity, you have to take advantage of it. And he resets. He will be floating in a javelin.
He knows he's down 1. I'm pretty sure Rick knows.
I think when you make a mistake on agave, you assume you're down 1. Rick is off with a nice shot. No
Beautiful.
points, but that's pretty. Here is Duck Rubber. Needs to get a stroke back. His shot is away. The line looks good. Does it come back enough? Woo. Oh, he just misses. Sam Hines, an opportunity to get a stroke back. It's a great shot, but he will still trail by 1. Really nice effort from Duck Rubber.
This is going to be a really important shot for Rick Copperthorne right now. That hole being tucked all the way to the left, he cannot mess this up. Being safe here would be very important.
Is he doing math on the phone? What are we doing here?
I don't know what's going on with the cell phone there.
I need to know if we are allowed to use calculators. That is one thing on the rules I have not been told one way or the other. I don't know if he is or he isn't. I can't see what he's doing. But if we are, I would think Sam would have liked to have been able to use a calculator on the 10th hole.
I'm just going to hope that he's on call. And
someone's got a dental issue?
Yeah, somebody's got a dental issue he's dealing with right now.
He might have texted back, hey, floss before bed. Call me tomorrow. All right. We need to find out, though. That's a very interesting play.
Oh,
look,
that is getting aggressive and just
boy. That's a big mistake.
Chad, that was just heartbreaking.
Wow. Sam needs to collect himself here. He's got to make this chip. Got to make the chip. And if Rick saw the reaction, he knows that Duck Rubber either almost holed out or made a big mistake. Let's see the chip from the rock. You got to hit this a little harder than you think, or it goes short.
Full blown.
Oh,
all
he
the way
just
to
misses.
the right. Very safe, as he should have been. Good shot.
And right now, Rick Copperthorne is on a highway to victory. He has essentially a 1-stroke lead right now, but when he gets to the hole that Duck Rubber just parred in Eagles, he will be up by 3, a commanding lead on a course that typically does not yield strokes. I say that, but Sam has made a couple mistakes here on this back 9. See both players. And to me, it's just the body language looks a little different right now for Sam.
Yeah, just a little bit more slouched down than he was a little bit earlier.
A little bit of a slump, yep. And Rick almost looks rejuvenated, tapping his right foot. Most likely a 3-stroke lead.
I think there's just some really good Taylor Swift he's listening to right now. That's what's.
Is he a Swiftie?
He might be. He's into some Tay-Tay.
I mean, everybody likes Taylor a little bit. Maybe. Brian Lavoy, San Diego's finest, walking by the stage, the announcer's platform. First round defeat of Mark Duchesne. He qualified very poorly last night.
We said that. That's an upset, right, Chad?
I mean, it's a little bit of an upset. That's Lavoy, when he's playing well, Chris, is like he is right up there with Lance Harris, Tony Johnson, and those cats, and Mark. So that was a titanic first-round match. Honestly, that's the match we maybe should have put up first. I think there's been a big-time interest in watching Lance Harris play. He was on the screen first. But Blav versus Mark was a monster. And for Blav to get that win, that's a big one. It's a big one. Now, Mark is good enough to run through that loser's bracket. So he could be back.
I think must make right now for Sam. Right now. He has no other option right now to be very aggressive and to get this into the hole.
Is the pin in the back or is it in the front? I can't tell.
It looks to be a little left.
It's left, but if that's...
I think it's a little more into the back.
Well, then he can let this land on the front of the green and roll down this hill.
I think he has a javelin out for that reason right there.
I think this is like a down 8 or down 9 green, so it will get there if he lands on the front. Javelin up and away. Is he on? He is. Now it runs down.
Right into the hole.
Double eagle Sam Hines, giving himself a chance here in this match. Longino called it.
Had to make it.
A must-make, holes out, double eagle 18. That puts him down 2 if you consider GT par.
And he's going to look up and know exactly where he's at.
What a shot from Sam. What a shot from Sam. And now Rick still has the tough holes to play that Sam made a mistake on. So this match is not over. Rick's still up on the platform. Duck Rubber has walked a little bit. Gave a hug to his girlfriend who is here in the audience.
He knew he had to have that. You could tell.
What a shot. Sam Hines, big time. So, Coppathorne still clean.
About 4 holes behind. Playing a little bit of a different route than Duck Rubber did. As we get an update on some of our matches in the room.
All right, so here are some updates as Rick Coppathorne contemplates his shot. Chubby Cox has advanced in round 1 play. Defeats Larry Foster, Mr. Golden Tee, by 2 strokes. Niall Campbell and Matthew Calderon. They are tied after 5 holes in their match. Thank you, Chris, for the updates.
And just a great shot.
Rick continues to play solid Golden Tee, and now he will move to the hole Sam dropped 2 strokes.
And Sam can just watch now.
This is literally where the match is going to be decided. This is the play. This is the hole.
And I think if Rick knows where he's at in this match, he knows how to play this hole. This would have to be a very, very safe shot.
I agree. I mean, the only thing Rick can do here, in his brain, it has to be worst case scenario, I only birdie this hole. If I par this hole, I've made a colossal mistake. You would almost want to consider throwing this javelin to the right side of this green. It slopes to the left. It's downhill. It's going to go that way. When I say downhill, you want to land it past the hole, let it come back because it's an uphill green, but it will roll back, and you could have a manageable putt. Too far away, and your putt is absolutely gross. And then you're looking at a bogey if you putt into the water.
Especially if you hit it too far safe to the right.
I mean, I think it's safe to say this is the match. This is the match. Sam got very aggressive. landed it just past the pin, bounced hard left, started its descent down that hill, goes in fringe, hops into the water. Swiper Sniper looking at every conceivable option here, exploring the tee box. I don't blame him for taking his time here because I think he knows this is the match.
It's a big win, too, for a javelin.
Yeah, it's still 4 miles an hour, even with the javelin.
Yeah.
I would even, I'm not saying I would do this, I wondered if he's even looking at the idea of playing a ton of wind and using the sniper, just planting it just past the hole with a long downhill putt where you don't even put water into play. It's something to look at. I mean, I think I would hit javelin as well here. Just land it to the right, let it hop left, and come down that hill. That's the play. Can he pull it off? You're also talking about the human element of swiping properly. He has proven he can do that. Last year's third place finisher has decided on a javelin. It is up
safe.
and away, far right side of the green. It will come down, and that was well done by Rick Copperthorne. He will make this putt, and he maintains a 2-stroke lead essentially to Golden Tee par, to Sam Hines. And when I say Golden Tee par, if you're new to this game, it's if you shoot all birdies and eagles on the holes that are available to you to make birdies and eagles, it sets up for a 29 under par on Agave. Sam finished 27 under par. Rick is on pace for 29 under par on Agave Ranch.
Twilight at Agave Ranch.
That was fun. Walter Flores, Paco, kind of a highlight that a lot of people have seen. That shot he hit off the back of the waterfall, hops on the green, off the retaining wall, back in the hole. He made that sucker. This is the course. Walter tried that shot like every night for like a month. Just before he would go to bed, he would be laying in his bed. He would try. And he's pointing at me. He can hear me. He would try that shot a few times every night before he'd go to bed, and he finally made it. And honestly, it's one of the most iconic moments in Golden Tee Mobile, that shot.
For sure.
Continuing on.
Chad, how forgiving is the wall to the right of this, or I guess the rock right to the right of this green?
So the front rock is horrendous. Like if you hit that, oh boy.
Oh, that was great shot points.
Oh my God. Now if you hit it to the right, it's nice. If you hit it over the rock like he did, it will kick it forward.
Mm-hmm.
If you hit on top of that rock, there's some flat spots. For whatever reason, it will go backwards into the water, and it has happened to me.
Goodness.
But he got it up and over, landed on the rock. He's fine. Pointed. Rick's working on like 100,000 great shot points this match. And he would have to make a tremendous mistake not to advance here. 2-stroke lead going into the 18th hole. Of course, this is where Sam holed out for double eagle. Most likely will have to go through the loser's bracket. Hopefully for Sam, that calmed him down. He sees he can make some hole outs like he does. Rick will now have a victory lap here. He just needs to land it onto the green.
Take a look to see where he needs to be.
See if we have any more updates from the great Sofa King, Sammy Sofa. We do not. Chris Hampstead has been providing us with updates throughout this match, has made this broadcast much better that way, as players are still playing throughout the pavilion here at the Westgate, where the 2022 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship weekend takes place. Mobile yesterday and today. We will crown a champion tonight. Chris Longino and I will be here until the finish. And then tomorrow and Sunday, it's when Arcade goes crazy. The cabinet version.
A lot of great things we get to celebrate. We come back here for the first time since 2016's World Championship. And just an excellent shot to close this match out.
Oh, my God.
A lot of close
25,000.
shots. He's in it to win it today, isn't he?
Let's look at his points. I bet he has 125, 130,000 great shot points, maybe more. I mean, he played very well. Rick Coppathorn, Swiper, Sniper 2. Handshake to seal this deal.
Smooth par round.
I think up next, we might be going to break. We'll see. And I think that our next match that we are going to have is going to be Bannermans and Poppin' Wheelies.
Poppin' Wheelies. Ooh. And this is going to be a matchup of two big-time players as we really size this baby up right now.
Yeah.
Jordan Scott, runner-up in the Missouri first-ever Golden T-Mobile tournament we had, going against right now possibly best player in the industry today, Bannerman's Lance Harris.
Yeah.
Should be for a great match.
And I hope so. I just want Jordan, when he's on the stage, relax. There's a chance of making a mistake. If you do, you go on. And we'll see how he plays. But there hasn't been a whole lot of mistakes from Jordan Scott in the last several months. I mean, he just has been playing really well.
He's right around the hole all the time. I was watching him play just about a week ago, and every shot he was playing, everything was close.
Yeah, and we watched yesterday while he was qualifying. I believe he finished 5th in the mobile qualifier yesterday. And we're talking the best players that walk the planet Earth. And he finished 5th in qualifying. And he's got a chance to do some damage today. I mean, it's a fact. And to do so, you have to play the best players because it's a short field, 16 people. Already half are going to be in the losers bracket. And to win a tournament, you have to play incredible talent almost every match. So get it out of the way. Let's play Lance Harris right now. Get it out of the way. And then all of a sudden, where are you at? You're 2-0 or, 2-0. And moving on. So
Lance Harris has had one mistake this weekend so far. That's it. And that was Tundra yesterday, from what I understand.
Tundra 18, I think he parred during the qualifier. But he still, through 4 courses, was 2 better than Golden Tee par.
Yeah.
Today, he was 2 better until he missed a putt on Cape. Talking to him after the match, he said, well, I laid up. He left himself a 76-footer. They did. If you make it, you make it. But, I mean, you're not really putting the ball there to make that putt. You're putting it there not to make a big number. And that's what he did. He knew he was up big. And he's the best player in the world right now, not named Tony Johnson. I still go back to the fact Tony is the best player in the world. He is our reigning world champion. He's just not going to be able to defend that world championship. So it's unfortunate, man. I would love to see Tony Johnson out here, whammy, see how he stacks up, how his game is versus others, because people have gotten better.
Well, we talk about your next measuring stick, too, which is Chicago. And that's we're really going to find out who's the brass of Golden T-Mobile, I believe.
May 13th, 14th, and 15th, Addison, Illinois. We've got a player-run tournament. Incredible Technologies is a big supporter in this tournament. I believe Andy Coleman will be on site to stream the match. It's going to be a monster. I think we'll have 40 or 50 players at the Pyramid Sports Bar. Larry Foster helping run this tournament. Walter Flores, Jason Jumps have put a team of people together, almost like different committees. Hey, I'll help with money on the side. We'll run some player pools. Micah Middleton's been helping with that. Matt Shulkin has been helping, hoping to get 50 players at our first really big Golden T-Mobile player run event.
And it should be exciting.
It should.
Addison, Illinois, May 13th through the 15th. Breaking the mold with this one. 50 players should make for some exciting matches. We're still waiting for, I believe, Jordan's already up on stage. I think we're waiting for Lance to get on up there. Let's get an action course here, Chad. Let's get an action course.
I would love to see Rustic or Tundra. I think that'd be a fun one.
Yeah.
Rustic, I just hope it's not agave. This is not a course I want to see. I don't want to see these two play agave. But if they do, they do. I mean, you've got to play the course presented to you. I just think that, like you said, an action course, there's a lot of swing holes on Tundra and Rustic, a lot of cut shots, a lot of holes that are risk-reward, especially Tundra. Tundra's got some serious risk-reward. So I don't know. Let's see. I wish I knew what course they drew because I don't. But it should be a good match.
I'm going with some crawdad. I'd like to see some crawdaddy.
I always leave that out. I don't know why I leave crawdad out. That's a great course too. The front nine's not my favorite. A lot of stinger shots there. Not a whole lot of tough shots on that front nine, but the back nine gets difficult. The back nine can be really difficult, especially when it gets windy. And you're very aware it's typically windy on crawdad, especially pro settings is what these guys will be playing. And we are still not started, but Lance has made his way to the stage. So we'll be going soon. In the meantime, you've got
We still got Calzone and Niall Campbell still playing out here.
Yeah, and I would love to have an update on that score. Kind of looking at the phone right now. I've been getting fed some scores. Here we go. Calzone is up 3 after 12 holes. So Niall Campbell, who actually, and I've said this on many of the broadcasts, Niall has brought the world into the World Championship, coming from Ireland. He was born and raised in Northern Ireland, and now lives in the south part of the country. Travels a lot. Was just actually in the Ukraine no more than a month ago. And now he is in Las Vegas playing Matthew Calderone, of course, Calzone. As we look at the precocious Kentucky teenager, Jordan Scott, got his Nike hat on. He is ready to roll. And when I tell you that he lives for this, like he literally lives for this. He is a Golden Tee stud.
I think they're trying to figure out if they're ready to go yet or not.
Looks like they have been giving the thumbs up. We are going to go. Bannerments, popping wheelies. Jordan Scott's grandparents have taken him to Las Vegas. A roller coaster of emotions for Jordan over the last few months. Qualified for Vegas very early. And then, unfortunately, because of a venue change, was told due to age restrictions would not be able to compete in a world championship. And then guess what? We had another venue change due to circumstances beyond Incredible Technology's control. But for Jordan Scott, it was a lifeline, and it allowed him to compete for a world championship. And here he is, headphones on. He knows the routine.
The best result that could have happened from that situation was for him to be able to play in this world championship. That's the best thing that could have happened.
It's right. It's almost as if, everything happened for a reason, and this is what should have happened. He should be here playing this. He earned his spot, hit a shot on the 18th hole of Dodge. That was literally one of the best shots I have ever seen in the history of the game. Hit it right between the boxes that came off the railroad yard, and nailed it, and boy, oh boy, did he hit a good shot to clinch his spot, and we've got Rustic.
This will be a match.
Look at Jordan ready to go.
Both of them headphones on, focus in.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if Jordan is probably done before Lance gets to maybe the 12th or 13th hole. When Jordan's feeling it and really playing well, if he plays his game and doesn't try to slow down because everyone else is playing slowly, Jordan plays pretty quick. He's got a quick pace to him. But he is sizing this first hole up. And, of course, this one, if you can get off the start quickly here and get yourself an eagle, you may have an advantage on your opponent. This should land on the trap. It does. Jordan has a chip to start off his match.
Common play by everybody here.
Lunan will have a little bit of a flatter chip. Luna might be able to use a chipper. What is he going to use? Is that a 9-iron? I can't tell. So looks like Jordan is going to try the 9-iron.
He's really good with high lofted clubs. I noticed that when in Missouri. He can play with flop wedges, lob wedges, make a lot of those kind of shots.
And he's gotten way better since Missouri, too. He is a much better player than he was in Missouri. Big shots for both players. We'll set the stage. We'll set the round up. Both will be using jabs. Take that wind out of play.
Oh,
Jordan
just a little right.
Just passed. It's okay, Jordan. Keep on rolling now. This is an easier chip. Bannemitz has a much easier chip. That is flatter. You can keep this low to the ground. Let it hop in a straight line to the cup. I will be shocked, honestly, if Lance misses this chip.
And Jordan has to feel like he knew he needed to make that chip.
Here we go.
Oh, Lance is going to make sure he gets this right. Very important first hole. Set the tone for the match, and he makes it. You called it, Chad.
What a chip. Lance Harris is not messing around. Has been playing literally flawless golden tee over the course of the last 2 months. And the bright lights are on literally and figuratively.
And Jordan takes a look up at the screen just to see if he made that shot, and he did, so he knows where he's at.
Long way to go. There are a lot of holes here that can swing one way or the other. Jordan just needs to play his game and just relax. Guarantee you there's nerves. Both players here on hole 2. Sniper in, just passed. Good shot from Jordan Scott. That will be an eagle.
Yeah.
Bannemitz now will shoot. Here we go. It's going to kick right, and that's a little deep. And Bannemitz will have a putt for eagle. So 1 stroke lead for Lance Harris, and they will move to hole 3. We'll go to the par 3. This is a decent look. Looks like both players will use a javelin and let that bounce up into the cup. What's Lance going with? Is that a 4-iron? I cannot tell.
6-iron.
6-iron, okay.
Just right over the tree and right over the hole.
Jordan's on it. I'm not worried about Jordan. I was a little worried about the first hole, him not eagling, seeing that Lance did. That was a good shot. That's a good answer. He hit a nice sniper on 2. Oh, boy. Lance just passed it.
And it seems like every hole he's just around it, isn't he?
He is. I mean, he really is. He's dialed in completely. He is absolutely dialed in to every hole, and I know I keep saying it. I know you might be tired of hearing it already, but I am telling you, Lance Harris is playing a great game right now. He's just playing a great tournament. Qualifier was excellent. We have a final. Calzone has won by 4 strokes on Crawdad. An exceptional 27 under par, wins by 4 over Ireland's Niall Campbell. So 1-0 for Matthew Calderon.
Loving having some international flavor in this tournament.
So Niall will have to go to the losers bracket. Niall is a great player, and he is one to be feared. So he's got that first match out of his way. See what he can do in the losers bracket. But, you know, we talked about this, Chris. I mean, there's 16 great players. I mean, you very rarely in this tournament have a match off where you can just say, hey, I'll probably win this one. Ooh, look at that shot from Jordan.
Good shot from Jordan. It was made clear to me from, I believe, Sam Hines last night that everybody has beaten everybody in this tournament before.
Oh, many times.
Yeah,
many times. I mean, I would like to probably say I'm sure people have beaten Lance Harris at a minimum of 20 times. Vic doesn't play a huge volume of matches, but I promise you Vic has beaten Lance Harris many times. Now, he didn't beat him today, not on Cape. Matter of fact, he got steamrolled. But these players on any given tournament, any given match, can beat one another. So if I'm Jordan Scott right now, and I'm calling it now, Jordan's going to hole something out. Jordan will hole something out this match. And he's down 1. The problem is I wouldn't be surprised if Lance doesn't hole something out as well. So Jordan just needs to stay in it.
Playing a big full cut here.
He sure is.
Big full cut.
Wrap this around. Oh, boy, stay
that's
up.
Got to stop.
It does. Now this is a big chip.
And you notice Lance looking straight at the hole.
Lance Harris, 1 stroke lead. If you're wondering who Lance Harris is, he was Luna all last year. He is now Bannemitz. He's playing Jordan Scott, popping wheelies. Jordan, big chip coming up.
Yeah.
Can't really afford to go 2 strokes down against arguably the best player on the planet.
It's a big cut right there from Lance Harris.
Nicely done.
Great shot.
Yep, nicely done.
And
Jordan just skirts that pass. Jordan will go down 2. He's looking up at the screen. Where's Lance? And he sees that Lance is going to make this putt most likely. And he knows he's now down 2 strokes. Lance buries it. That is a great shot, great putt. And we continue here on the 6th hole.
Jordan's going to have to shake this off, get himself regrouped and back into this match. It is not over.
Lubricating the pipes again, bub. Cheers.
Cheers to you. Didn't you have a guy who's supposed to bring you a drink?
Well, I mean, I thought Kevin Lindsay was bringing us something to drink, and he went MIA.
Yeah, Kevin's supposed to do a lot of things.
I mean, I'm not pleased with Kevin right now. Here we go. I'm watered down at this point. I think that might be by design. I think they're worried about me making it. What they don't know is I will make it through this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in it to win it.
Oh,
I'm in it for the long haul.
same.
Jordan has thrown. Just passed. Jordan almost got one back. Good shot from the teenager.
And now Lance. This is green light for Lance.
Well said.
Can take a commanding lead in this match if he can make it.
I just got the Chad needs a drink fucking deal.
Here we go. Lance Harris. Gino just spilled a little water on himself, not on the equipment. Everything's fine. And we do have some updates here in the bracket.
I'm going to hand this to you. You can hand it. You can have it.
John Noble gives us a iPad with some updates. As you know right now, Bannermans and Poppin' Wheelies are playing. Blob will be playing Chubby Cox on the winner's side shortly. Calzone and Swiper Sniper 2 will go. And Tilt Nasty. Is this right? Tilt Nasty is up 13 strokes on no dose.
Is he?
How is that possible? Is that a mistake? Game is not over.
I was just told Lance Harris missed a putt. We weren't looking up at the time. I think we were looking at the matches right there.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I think that's what Luna told me. Once again, I was told to ignore people walking by me there. So, and that's just around the hole for Jordan.
Well, if that is the case, that means Jordan is only down 1. Oh boy.
Right around the hole. What a shot. Yeah, Lance missed a putt.
Okay, confirmed. Those of you watching know that Lance missed the putt. We missed it. Did not expect that. He had a green light.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking he may make that chip. Jordan almost did. Almost made the stinger. Instead, he goes from looking at an eagle on that hole to a par. Jordan goes from down 2 to only down 1. And as we know on Rustic, we have a ball game.
You guys got my headset ready? They hired me as a guest announcer.
Okay.
Well, one thing I never notice is how much people like to talk to the people on the microphone.
Yeah, it's not like we have a job to do or anything.
That's right. So who was that? Arcade guy?
I have no idea.
Oh. Well, that's good to know. Got a nice jacket on. I like that Oakley jacket.
Yeah.
Here
And
is-
that is
Oh! Lance Harris holes out and goes back up by 2 on Rustic front 9. Makes up for that missed putt. Back on GT par. Made his chip on 1. And now makes up for that putt.
And maybe some
What
of
a
that.
shot.
I don't know if Jordan just kind of hit himself a very poor shot. He had to play a cut because he was tucked next to that cart path.
Jordan has, that's a tough break. That is a big swing. A mistake getting right next to that path where it throws you off. You're probably going to lose a stroke. And in the meantime, now Lance is trying to go over it. Oh, and he's on it. He's fine. He's fine. So Lance holes out. Jordan makes a mistake. That's a big swing. Jordan down 2, looking at being down 3.
A lot of green to work with for Bannemans.
And as we know, he is deadly.
And there is a
Jordan! What an answer. Does not go down 3. Makes the hole out. That is enormous. That would have been a big swing.
He's
Jordan
12 under
Scott.
after 9.
Jordan Scott, he's still in this match, not going away.
Lance Harris!
Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. We have fireworks here on Rustic.
Big-time players making big-time shots.
Wow. Every time Jordan tries to come back, Lance answers with a haymaker. Wow. But I'll tell you one thing, Jordan has proved he is going to be a problem. If he happens to lose this match, and we still have 9 holes to go, he might win by 3, we don't know. He is a problem in the loser's bracket if he gets down there.
Not somebody you want to play.
He is not.
You say that a lot about a lot of these guys in the bracket, but
And
he's
that's
definitely
true.
one of them.
That's true. He doesn't even seem nervous, Chris. He might be. But maybe he's so young he doesn't even know what nerves are yet.
Yeah,
18 years old, playing well.
Big swoop, heading to the left over here.
I like this play, too. This is fine. That's totally fine.
Popular play there.
It's totally fine. And this on this approach, you just leave this a little bit short. It will run all the way to the cup. You want to land this just short of that green. It runs down. And it looks like, actually, does he have a grabber out? I think he does. I think he's just going to let this trickle. It's going to hop down and stop is what he is looking at. Or you can do a jab and let it just run down. Jordan will do a grabber. Nicely done. That will be for birdie. Lance still on the tee box. This is the same hole. And I'm happy that Jordan's actually slowed down. He slowed down a little bit, thinking these shots through. Lance is safely in the fairway.
Lance is playing in. That's going to leave himself a nice little stinger chip.
Yep, that's right. He's got an opportunity here. Of course, the last time I thought he had an opportunity to make a stinger chip.
I know. He gets to use the chipper almost at full power, too. I mean, this is big-time green light for Lance Harris.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to hit this. You want to leave this short.
Yeah. What are you thinking, 90%?
Yeah, probably around 90. Jordan's got a big shot here. This is not the easiest from this small island. 2 huge shots side by side. Jordan is played. He is 1 hole ahead of Lance. Jordan just birdied the hole Lance is on. Trails by a couple, maybe 3 at this point. Got to play this. Let's see, Jordan is pulling back. Does he have a javelin? Is he going in with a javelin? Whew. Oh, my God. The ball's on this kid.
No, that's called knowing what you're doing right there.
The ball's on this kid.
He's
Great shot.
Teed up to about 91% and just a little past the hole.
So good chip from Lance, and he will birdie, just skirts past. Still has a lead. Boy, that's a hell of a shot from Jordan Scott. I mean, a javelin into that green with water behind. It's like you said, it's knowing what you're doing, and it's knowing what that club is going to do.
How do you do that? Reps. You play.
Yeah, you play a lot. And he does. He plays a lot. Good match. It's a good match. I know Jordan would like to have the first hole over. Maybe nerves might have been a part of that, but he had a much tougher chip than Lance. And I said that. Lance had not as much lip to go over. Boy, he just missed that, didn't he?
Well played. Oh, well played, Jordan.
Now you're looking. See, this is the kind of shot I was expecting really Jordan to hit. Plant it on this green and get your putt. Jordan tried to make it. Love it. And you're down. He knows he's down. He's got to make some stuff happen.
He's got to be aggressive.
Seth Harris, is that who just walked by us? We'll be playing in Golden Tee Arcade World Championship this weekend. Chubby Cox walks by.
Starts at 7 o'clock Pacific Coast time tonight. Last chance qualifier. 10 closest to the pin. World Championship spots available.
At least 10.
At least 10. Could be more.
All right. Jordan from the rough. This is the play. You go to the road. I usually play it from the road. A lot of players do. Some like the predictability maybe of this rough. Jordan will club up here, which he has done, and he's going with the javelin. Got to make sure you get it there, though, and he does, and it goes past. He'll have a makeable chip. This is not easy.
That was a mistake right there.
He's trying to make things happen. I understand it. You're down. You're trying to make some stuff happen, but you got to make sure in the quest to get some strokes back, you don't lose strokes. And that's the danger, right? You're chasing holeouts, and when you chase, it really leads you to be susceptible to mistakes.
And Lance with a big full shot right here, and
nicely done. That was safe. You just hit that safe. Let it run down a little bit, make your putt. Jordan misses his chip. And this might be Katie bar the door. We do have some more holes to play. But Jordan is really chasing the monster in the room right now. You don't want to be down 3 or 4 strokes to the best player in the world, or at least the best player most likely here. We'll find out. He might not be the best player here. We've got a lot of day to prove it one way or the other. We'll see. But right now, Bannerman's is cruising. Popping wheelies, going through.
Zero bird.
Yep, he's going to use the O-Bird's jab. Let that thing run to the cup. He knows he needs to make some things, and just by it.
Just under the hole.
I mean, that's a great shot. That is a great shot. Now, that's a good pin. I mean, that's, that pin on the far left, far right, that's a much tougher shot. But, I mean, if the course is going to present itself and give you an opportunity to go after it, you go after it, and that's what he did. He just missed it. But really good shot from Kentucky's Jordan Scott. Lance Harris just runs it past, shakes his head. I think he wanted that one. He liked the look. Cleans it up.
Now, we already know he has not looked up once. He doesn't know where Jordan is. He is focused on what he is doing.
And he's heard people scream when Jordan holed out. So in his mind, he probably thinks that he's in for a heck of a match right now. But Luna, I call him Luna. And that's, of course, how Lance played all last year. His friend Paul Luna used that name as Luna. Try to throw people off the scent of who was actually playing. For the longest time, I didn't know who Luna was. I didn't know. A lot of people did not know that Lance was actually playing Golden Tee Mobile and was the best player in the world. Finally, it was revealed. And he didn't make Worlds, but he last chance qualified, got in this year, has played fantastic, went to his arcade name, Bannerman's, the native of North Dakota. All-around great person.
Just a grinder, a gamer, a guy that is built to do stuff like this and to play ample amounts of stuff like this.
And what I don't understand, I just don't know how he can transition so easily between the two games, because as somebody that plays a decently high level of good shot, as somebody that plays a decently high level of Golden Tee Mobile, to go back to the trackball on their arcade and then go back to mobile, it is hard. I mean, it's hard. It's a different game. Like Ryan Sparks, he will be playing in the Golden Tee Arcade World Championship this weekend. He quit playing mobile for a couple of months because it can throw your game off, yet Lance does it daily. All day.
All day.
I don't know how.
Just guys that are like that are built to grind. Yeah, and that's where he had a long career playing professional poker. Guys like that who sit and play game for 8 to 9 hours and can just grind after stuff like that.
Jordan Scott will try to finish off his round, hole 18, with an eagle putt.
It would make it 24 under if he makes it.
He does. Nice round from Jordan. And he's going to look up and be really disappointed.
A couple shots I'm sure he would love to have back, but nothing to get incredibly discouraged. He knows he played a great player.
He sees that Lance is already 24 under with 3 holes to play.
And Lance is stingering up right now.
So Lance on hole 17. probably hit this thing within 10 feet of this cup. He's probably not going to be super aggressive, although, like you said, he doesn't know who has won, who has not, or where his opponent's at. We both talked to him. He said, I have no desire to know. I don't want to know. I'm going to play my game. I said, well, what about a situation where you've got a 50-50 shot of getting on a green, and to find out maybe if you would look at the screen and see you're up 4 and you could lay up. He said, I don't want to know. Just going to play how I play. So maybe that's the strategy for a world championship today. Time will tell.
Makes his birdie like he's supposed to.
Now he will finish this off. He has a big lead on Jordan Scott. Jordan sits and waits for the inevitable. But Jordan, I think, got some nerves out of the way and played very well. Jordan played well.
It's a lot of quality shots there. Lance just right now is head and shoulders right now the top player in the field. He's showing it.
Now I will say, awfully impressed with Matthew Calderon's 27 under par on Crawdad.
Talking about guys that are in it to win it. We think Matt's one of those guys.
We had a Golden Tee Mobile Calcutta. Matt Calderon actually went off as the highest priced player in the entire Calcutta. Lance Harris was the second highest, and he did not even have a spot in the field yet. So that's what people think about his game.
I think he knows it.
He just finished off Jordan. He looks up and sees that he won.
A one better 28 for Lance.
What a run. I mean, he is playing very, very well. The crowd claps for the victory. Jordan Scott will move into the loser's bracket. No shame there. There's no shame whatsoever in losing to Lance Harris. A 4-stroke victory for Mr. Lance Harris. Bantamets, popping wheelies will go into the loser's bracket. We do know now that we have a final in the second round. Tilt Nasty beat No Dose 27 under to 18 under, a 9-stroke win. I don't know what course that was. I'm going to guess that was Crawdad as well, based on the score, but who knows. So Tilt Nasty, the #1 seed yesterday because of qualifying, will now face Lance Harris in the third round on the winner's side here in this double elimination world championship here on at the Westgate. Now here's the top 8. Tilt Nasty, No Dose. They are done. Tilt Nasty moves on. Bantamets just beat Poppin' Wheelies. He moves on. On the other side, Blav and Chubby Cox. That's a great one. And Calzone and Swiper Sniper 2, they have yet to play. So that is coming up. On the loser side, as I pull this up slowly, bear with me. Shankopotamus is playing Mr. Bond. It looks like and I don't think that's over with yet. So, not sure where we're at with that one. That is in progress.
Yeah, right now. I think we're trying to look at what match we're going to see next, and it looks like it's between Blav and.
I'd like to see Blav play.
Yeah,
Blav's an interesting cat.
Blav and Chubby Cox and Calzone and Swiper Sniper.
Chubby Cox was not very happy with me not mentioning him in the podcast as a person that has an opportunity to win the tournament. We didn't bring him up, and that's on me. I should have brought some notes. We bypassed him. Matthew Hanson, Salt Lake City, he's one of those guys that last year did not really have a chance to make the Worlds. His game wasn't there yet. His game is there now.
He was the last, I believe, of the qualifiers. As we're getting ready to see one of the favorites for this tournament, Matthew Calzone, and then last year's third-place finisher, Swiper Sniper.
I think we're going to see the next match. I think Blav and Chubby Cox should be on the stage. I think that's the match we're going to see next. And that's one that I know there's a lot of people out there watching and want to see how Blav plays. If you remember in the qualifiers last year and early, not really that early this year because Blav qualified in week 3, but Brian Lavoy tends to get a little nervous on the putting stroke, and I've spoken about that many times, and I think he's got that a little bit under control, but we're going to see. He hasn't been on the stage yet. Now, he had a good win in the first round, and he plays Chubby now, Matthew Hanson, like we were just talking about, so it's going to be interesting to see him on camera on this stream and see how he performs.
That'll be very interesting as well. It would appear you would consider Bloff the favorite in that, just coming off of what we thought was kind of an upset. I mean, not a huge upset, but kind of an upset against Mark Duchesne.
Yep.
So another guy very much in it to win it. Bottom side of that bracket, Calzone versus Swiper Sniper 2.
Yeah. Yeah, and Chubby Cox got to this match by way of beating Mr. Golden Tee, one of our last chance qualifiers that earned his spot yesterday, Larry Foster. Larry goes into loser's bracket where he's going to be a dangerous player. I feel like I keep saying that. Like, oh, he's dangerous. You don't want to face him. I mean, you don't want to face hardly
we got a tight
any of these
field.
guys.
I mean, this is a tight field. This is a field of a lot of really great players, people that have beat each other before, people that know they have opportunities where they can win. It just all has to kind of come together for them. But to say this is 16 of the best mobile players that you're going to find, that's pretty accurate.
It is. I keep coming back to your podcast, but I mean, that's where we have really a chance we can talk about what we really want to talk about, and we've got all the time in the world to do it. But the goal for the future of this game is to have a bigger field in a world championship, because 16 is just not enough. There's another 8 players out there that on any given day could win a world championship. Mike Smith isn't here. The godfather, honestly, of this game, Pluckhole, as you see him on the leaderboards, playing about as good as anybody in the world, he didn't qualify. But I think you expand this field to 24 or 32, there's no question he's here. Phil Rumley's not here. Phil earned a spot.
I said the three guys that earned spots that aren't here. I mean, they're all very deserving, and they're all great players as well.
That's right. There's a lot of, and I would say by next year, the only thing happening right now with the players that are playing is they're all improving. Like there's a kid on the scene. His name's Russ Lyons. I say kid. He's in his 20s. He is leaps and bounds the most improved player in the world right now, and is just bum rushing a lot of players in league. He won purple this year, almost went undefeated. Had one of the top Golden Tee par average in all of Season 9. And I'm talking all of Season 9, every player. He had the 10th highest scoring average, and that includes the gold players, silver.
Incredible.
So I think there's conversation about allowing him to skip a division as he gets promoted, just bypass bronze altogether if that's what he chooses to do. He doesn't have to. I'm part of the council for Golden Tee Mobile, the league, and we're going to give him that opportunity. If he wants to skip bronze, he can go to silver. That's how good he has gotten. Now, if I'm Russ, I mean, it just depends on how much you want to be challenged, or you can go to bronze and annihilate potentially that division. But he's a kid on the move. There's a guy named Dave Prusky you don't know. He's getting better and better. There's a lot of good players that aren't here that could compete and will give people problems. And I would just love to see a 32-man field.
Once again, that's what we have Chicago for, though, right?
That's true. Yeah, and they will be there.
Mm-hmm.
And especially Russ. I think he's a Milwaukee guy. He's a Wisconsin guy for sure, so it's a short commute. Prusky lives, I think, in the burbs in Chicago. A lot of players are going to be at that tournament. I'm sure I'm leaving people out, and we've got all night to talk about them. But our next match is going to be Brian Lavoy from San Diego, California, by way of Boston, Massachusetts, has lived in Ireland some. We talked about that. He was in Ireland for 3 years after school. And he plays Matthew Hanson. Of course, we've said this before, from Salt Lake City, Utah. There's Matthew Hanson with shoes on. And, of course, Blav, you see him with his flip-flops. He's trying to replicate the way he plays at home. So if you see Blav lean back in that chair at an almost dangerous perched position, he's just trying to get into the position that he normally plays. And here is a good look at Matthew Hanson. And I would say this is a fairly even match, believe it or not.
Believe so.
This is a fairly even match. Now, I think that if Chubby Cox wins the match, you could call it a mild upset. But these are two guys, Chris, that could win a world championship today. They are definitely two players that could.
What kind of pace are we going to see here, Chad?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to – I don't know. Now, Blav typically plays quickly, but in this setting, I'm not sure. And Chubby, I know Chubby Cox. I know Matthew Hanson well. He's a friend. And there's how Brian's going to sit. He has actually got his feet propped up in the air underneath the table that these players have in front of them, trying to get relaxed. And I don't know the speed. That will be curious if these guys fly through this course or not. Don't really know.
Of course we got. Let's see what we got going on here. Everybody's signing in.
Praying for a good one here. Praying for a good one here. Praying for a good one here.
Well, we had a good course last time. I think we can. Tundra would be a nice little money setup there.
Ooh, that would be nasty. I love it.
A little Tundra to get our blood flowing here.
Let's see. Matthew Hanson, you see his brother has come to support him. You see him sitting down, legs crossed, nice beard, tremendous hat. That's a hat I could see Gino wearing, honestly.
Yeah.
I think he'd wear a hat like that. Maybe.
Yeah, got a – God, what kind of hat would you call that?
I don't know. It's got a hell of a brim all the way around. Here we go. We've got more rustic. We've got more rustic.
Nothing wrong with that.
I like it. I can watch rustic all day, to be honest.
All right.
As
so
we call this
off,
match, I am going to look at the phone and look at comments here.
I think Blav is trying to – because he's got Pop and Willie's right up. I get does he need to change his sign-in?
Looks that way. Chubby Cox is set up perfectly. Someone might want to tell Hanson to wait so we can at least start these matches at the same time.
All right.
So here we go. Hanson will take off, and he is trying to drive this green.
Oh, okay.
But you can't get there on this one, on this particular setup. This will go past the street, and he will have a good chip. That's a good chip.
Perhaps, I don't know. I think Brian may be trying to calm himself down a little bit.
So I have a score update.
I'm just body language doctor talking here, Chad. I see the shakes in his hands. He's feeling it right now.
Yeah, that is what he's doing, and he's practicing his stroke.
Yeah, he's trying to just get himself.
So I do have a score update. Shankopotamus, Will Davis from Pennsylvania, has moved on. He defeated Travis Bond by 3. So thank you to Chris Hampstead for that update.
First World Championship for Travis Bond. Good experience for him. There's a good chance he could be back one day.
See the esports vice president. Is that right?
Yes.
Andy Coleman?
The director of esports.
Director. Okay. Director of esports, Andy Coleman.
So many fancy,
They've
titles.
got a lot of titles.
President, manager, director.
Yeah.
All those official positions. Project managers.
So Andy is working on some type of problem, and it looks like
he's trying to.
I mean, if you look like now, Brian Lavoy is
moved his chair over just a little bit. He's trying to.
He's going to get comfortable.
Yeah, he's trying to get himself into the position that he likes to be in.
So Chubby Cox did not make that first chip. He birdies the first hole. So what's going on with Blob? He is
Blob is already on the 4th hole. Okay, apparently his feet was on something that actually disconnected something.
I see. So he had been playing that whole time. He had been playing that whole time.
And here I am just looking at him with the shakes and nothing's happening on the screen. Like he's got, he's trying to get himself to a place. He's already on the 4th hole. He's zooming through this round.
So we've answered the question about the speed of play, right?
Yeah.
So we apologize, but we had no idea. So that's why he adjusted his seating position, like Chris said. That's why Andy Coleman went and talked to him.
Let's see what's happening here and what he did in the first 3 holes. He did eagle the first hole, but it looks like he might have parred the par 3.
Okay, so Andy Coleman has updated us. Blav unplugged the iPad that gives you the connectivity to the stream, was continuing to play on the iPad. You weren't able to see it. Chris and I were not able to see it.
What a shot from Brian Lavoy.
Wow. Very nicely done. Chubby Cox makes his putt.
So so Blav had eagled the first hole, and then he parred the third par 3.
So we're trying to get back on track, and
we
now
got Chubby Cox having a little bit of connection error right now.
I think the only person more nervous right now than Brian Lavoy is Matt Hanson's brother, who I see pacing the floors of this pavilion hall.
And he's having a little bit of a problem. Brian Lavoy is right. I mean, not Chubby Cox is right now. Going to get some technical help as we go single screen with Brian Lavoy.
He will continue to power through his round. He's on the 6th hole. Boy, I can see this.
It's a little bit of a
3-iron sniper.
Kind of hurts your mojo right there, doesn't it?
This is a shot Brian can make. 89 yards, 45. This is about a 48% shot. That's uphill, so he's going.
Yeah, he went a little left with it.
And by the way, did he hit it 50?
Yeah.
Okay. It was uphill. I didn't add that. Brian just trying to get through the round as quickly as possible, it looks like. Playing well. 8 under through 6. Matt Hanson has issues. He has technical support right now as they play. So Lavoy will continue playing. Right now, Matthew Hanson has technical support trying to get his device up and going again. It was not connecting to either the Wi-Fi or whatever hard line they've got plumbed in. Not sure what they have right now, but Lavoy is all systems go. Orbits tracking nicely. That's going to finish left. Bounces away harmlessly, but that will be another birdie. Well done. That was a good shot from Lavoy. Hopefully we get Hanson up here early and get him finished and back to playing. And I would almost probably tell Brian Lavoy, could you stop after 9, let Hanson catch up to you so we can get some decent time sequence, something synced up.
It looks like Chubby Cox is getting himself back going. He's on the 3rd hole. It would probably be a really good idea if Brian Lavoy was to stop. I don't know if he would want to based on how he's playing right now, but
wonder if it's a good idea if perhaps, and I'm talking right now to Andy Coleman, is if we ask Brian Lavoy to stop and wait on Hanson to finish his 9 so we can get them synced back up to have a manageable streaming event so people can actually enjoy the back and forth. So Hanson's back. Chubby Cox points the par 3.
So two different ways that was played right there. There was an eagle on the first hole from Brian Lavoy, and then he ended up parring the 3rd hole of the par 3. Chubby Cox missed his chip, but it's still birdied. So this is kind of a tie match still right now. Now, once again, a lot more holes for Matt Hanson to play.
Quite frankly, I have no clue what Blav really did. I heard what you were saying on the first few holes because he was not connected. He had unplugged his device. Now we've got an issue with Hanson. Blav is all systems go, just powering.
Do you see a lot of people play on this the dirt here on the 9th hole?
Yeah, you do. Because again, it's like we have talked. You can't overpower this course, so you have to take your better looks when you can. And that is a easily manageable uphill putt as long as his putting stroke is good. This is what we've talked about in the past with Lavoy. It's the putt in his hand. Look at his hand. It's shaking. But he makes it. Big putt, and he is going to wait. So he has been talked to about, hey, can you please wait? Let Hanson catch up. And that is what he is going to do. Greg Kinsler, 2-time Golden Tee World Champion, is in the building.
The Hall of Famer himself.
One of my best friends, watching some mobile. And, of course, Greg was in the 2021 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship. Did not have the outcome that he wanted. Made a run in 2022 as he speaks to friends that are in the pavilion. Chubby Cox finishing his front 9, several holes to play. If you're just joining us, this is our first time we had some technical issues. Brian unplugged his device and was playing the first few holes without us being able to watch. Matthew Hanson's device was not connecting, so we definitely have a lag in how these two are playing. Brian's done with the front. Chubby Cox will be done with the front here in a few holes. And then we will start them back up on the 10th hole. We will look at their scores and try to have a very entertaining back 9 where there's a lot of action that typically transpires. Chris Hampstead, our director of scores today, is here. He's been feeding us scores all afternoon. We appreciate that. Chubby Cox pours that one in. 4 holes to play here on this front for Chubby Cox. This hole's pretty simple. Just put out the fairway and have a stinger in. Chubby is looking at it.
Just one of the matches you're going to see in an elimination match later on. Shankopotamus will play Poppin' Willie's Jordan Scott.
2 great players. Will Davis, of course, we haven't seen him on the stream yet and haven't had a chance to watch him play, but
looking over, watching Duchesne. He's still playing against Mr. Golden Tee a little bit across the room from him. Apollo Fury, Sam Hines.
They're playing?
Yeah, they're playing right now, or they should be playing right now.
I think after this match, we are going to continue on the winner's side.
And we got a classic for you coming up right now on the next one. Tilt Nasty, Bantaments.
I mean, that's where the big steers lock horns, right? These are the 2 studs of the tournament so far. But I'm just telling you, Chris, we can't. These 2 right here on this stream are 2 of the best players in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that because they're in a world championship. I'm telling you they legitimately can win this tournament. So we, as much as we're romanticizing about Tilt Nasty, and I know we've really probably talked a lot about Bantaments, but he's been on the stream twice. They're not the only 2 that can win this thing. These guys we're looking at right here can. And there's others as well. Rick Copperthorne playing well. Calderon playing well.
They're up next.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun afternoon and early evening tonight of Golden Tee Mobile.
Well, after we crown our mobile world champion, we'll roll right into the last chance closest to the pin and begin our arcade world championship tonight. And a great shot.
Chubby Cox almost holes out. Very nicely done from Matthew Hanson. Got his earbuds in. Brian Lavoy with his, just casually watching the stream. You see him there. Chubby Cox just trying to finish his front 9. Lavoy is waiting. He's not waiting because he plays faster than Chubby. He's waiting because of technical difficulties. Again, if you are just joining the stream, they will start back up on the 10th hole and play basically side by side. So we have more of a synced up match for you to enjoy on the stream. Here's Chubby Cox. Carry the water. Drivable par 4. The pin is tucked in by the sand trap. Looks like he's going with a grabber, which means he probably wants to land that a little bit right of the hole. Is that what he's going to do? Yes. Bounces up, and that is safe. That's going to leave him a longer left breaking putt than he wanted. It's not going to be a problem, most likely.
Now, I believe Lavoy birdied this hole. And so if
really,
yeah, and so if that's the case, Chubby Cox can take a 1-stroke advantage, making sure he birdies this hole into the back 9 of this course.
I'm glad you're paying attention. I think I was more into watching them try to fix the connectivity issues that Hanson was having.
A lot of great Golden Tee Arcade players just arriving to the arena today, getting themselves ready to play their own closest to the pin tournament tonight.
It's starting to fill up in here.
Yeah.
It's starting to get the buzz. It's the mobile has a buzz. but you're starting to get that arcade buzz. You're starting to get the hairs on your arms are starting to stand a little bit.
The mood in the building for the last 24 hours from these guys have been great. You can tell it's been 2.5 years since they've been able to play on a stage like this.
So Chubby Cox trying to finish this front 9.
He plays a very safe shot and will leave himself just almost a similar uphill putt that Blav had. And so no. Now Chubby Cox takes a 1-stroke advantage to the back 9 of Rustic here.
So Chubby Cox, 12 under par on the front 9 of Rustic. Brian Lavoy, 11 under, and now we are synced up. Blav has had a lot of time.
One update from the bracket right here as Matt Vick ends his second World Championship, losing to Nebraska Ball. And he will move on. Nebraska Ball will take on No-Dos in the next elimination match on the loser side of the bracket.
Good update. Thanks to John Noble for providing us with some real-time scoring as we watch this match. This is going to be a fun back 9, brother. This is going to be a fun back 9. 1-stroke lead for Chubby Cox. Oh, and Brian has thrown this out with a curve.
That's a swervy sniper or stinger.
That's big putt for Brian right now. I'm very curious how this swipe is. He made his putt.
If Steve Sobey played mobile, that's shots he would play.
The Sobey swerve. Sobey safe. Sobey swerve. One of the best tournament players I've ever seen in my entire life. Native of Cleveland, Ohio.
Ooh, and there's an aggressive shot from Chubby Cox. He went full-blown stinger, took the bunker on, and ended up right there. This has got flop rage written all over it, Chad, right?
It looks like he's going to
sand.
Looks like he's going to throw a sandwich with the torpedo, try to climb that uphill green. It's all about getting the line right.
And
Lavoy.
Big outside. Oh, Brian.
Let's see what he has, though. He might be able to throw something under those trees with the low iron.
Oh.
And he will. He'll be able to get on that green if he hits a really nice shot. Huge chip for Hanson. A lot of action on both screens.
To tie it up and
what a chip!
Drills it.
Chubby Cox, big time chip.
Huge.
That is money, and that maintains a 1-stroke lead here on the winner's side. Brian Lavoy had to have heard the crowd, heard the yells, and now he has made a mistake. He's tried to get aggressive, get that to the green, which is the play to make. Now he's left himself another tough shot, so he is looking at being down 2 strokes with that awesome make by Chubby Cox. And oh my, Brian Lavoy has left this one short as well. This is an absolute must-make chip. Chubby Cox should be fine with his tee shot. He is. Here's Blav. Must make this. This is going to bounce hard left. Sniper.
Nails it.
That's huge. Blav stops the bleeding.
Made a par when he needs to. Gives that stroke back.
So Chubby Cox should go up 2. If he could just get a birdie here. That is an enormous chip with a sniper for Blav. Chubby lands this way short, lets it run all the way down, which it always does. He will have that for birdie. He now has a 2-stroke lead. Brian Lavoy, did he go wet on that driver or is he good? Is that his second shot?
That is his second shot.
Okay.
He's good.
He's okay. Stroke 2. Challenges the water, almost in the water. So Blav will take this on.
And just an update, another match. Mark Duchesne rebounds, and Larry Foster, his Golden Tee World Championship is now over. 26-22, Mark Duchesne will move on. He should play, I believe, the loser of this match.
Mark Duchesne from parts unknown. Actually lives in Chicago, Illinois now. Bought a new house within the last year. He's actually in city limits. There is the drive from Chubby Cox, finds the fairway. Blav is now down by 2 and has to hope for a Chubby Cox mistake and potentially a hole out on his end.
A front 9 update for the bottom end of this bracket. Apollo Fury, Duck Rubber, 7 under, 6 under. Right now, 1-stroke advantage for Apollo Fury. Now Campbell.
Paulo Fury's got a ton of game. That was one guy that when a group of us were talking, that's a player you don't typically want to play. Niall Campbell is a hell of a player. Came here early this week, got the jet lag out of the way. Spent quite a bit of time here with him this week. Very excited about playing. So it looks like he's in for a good match here on the loser side. But right now, here is the winner's side. Chubby Cox and Blav. Chubby Cox with a 1-stroke lead. Takes this hole on, very nicely done. That will be for eagle. Here is Blav. Uses an orbits, and he will have a long right breaker.
There's a little bit of disappointment to that shot. You could tell that in his body language a little bit. He wanted that to be a lot closer.
When I say long, I don't mean 60-footer. I'm just, for these guys.
Oh, he missed the putt.
That's trouble.
You saw it.
That's trouble. That's trouble. You want to be closer than that for these big right breakers. That was my point.
And Matt just looked up. He saw it. He got a little uncomfortable there.
You want to be closer than that, take the nerves out of play. The nerves aren't really going to mess up a whole lot of 10-footers. And I'm not saying that Blav was nervous on that putt. That's just not a putt you want. You don't want a 20 or 30-foot right, whatever that was. Misses it on the low side. And now Chubby Cox with a 3-stroke lead on Brian Lavoy. Here's the drive by Blav into the street. He will use a Ranger from there most likely, depending on where the pin is actually.
Chad, another example of how you can't overpower this course right there.
Yeah, this is the shot you have to take. Got to have a nice clean look at it. He has a what? What is he going to hit from there? Chubby Cox is in go time position. Chubby Cox, go time. Hits his drive to the end of this fairway. He has a very good look at this hole with a 3-stroke lead. Here's Lavoy with a sniper, and it is short. And he will have a Ranger putt. You see Larry Foster is leaving the pavilion.
It.
Chubby Cox, nice shot, 3-stroke lead. Lavoy needs a minor miracle at this point. 1-stroke lead may be manageable to come back on. 3 strokes against Matthew Hanson. And that just spells disaster. You're not going to probably beat Matthew Hanson with him having a 3-stroke lead on you. He's too good. Methodical, plays very well. So Lavoy will hit his drive into this gap, and Chubby Cox will hit it onto the street. That's going to be his goal.
Doing the same thing Blav did.
Lavoy is safe in prime position. Hanson should be fine. This is going to kick hard to the left. This might actually end up in the rough, or is he going to be in the lane? Yeah, he's fine. So nestles up to the curb, but he is fine. Blav left his shot just a smidge short, but made the putt from the fringe. Oh, Brian curves this around. This needs to run. It does. Keeps running.
Gets a little bit of run out to that.
He did. That got a lot of run out. So he's going to have a chip. Or is he going to putt it? No, he's going to putt.
Hey, buddy. That was good. Right in the mic, too.
Chubby Cox from the street. Big lead. Just needs to get his eagle
out
and get out of here.
Surprised he's not playing a Ranger there?
Not really. I just think he wants to. The one thing about the javelin, when it hits this green, it doesn't run out real hard. So he's not going to most likely leave himself with a long putt if he uses his javelin. The Ranger takes off like crazy, splits this gap. It's going to bounce a little bit. Oh, boy.
Just a little short there.
Oh, boy. I would think that if you know you are hitting a javelin on a hole that the Ranger is the preferred play, you make sure you have enough club to get there.
Yes, sir.
So I'm surprised he didn't put enough club. I'm not surprised by a javelin. You just have to have enough club, and that is a mistake. So big chip for Chubby, but he still has a big lead.
This match gets interesting again if he misses this. Same shot he made earlier.
Lavoy will move on with a GT par here. And here's the chip, and Chubby skirts it to the left. So he will give one back to Brian Lavoy, but he still maintains a nice lead. Takes a sip of his drink, settles down a little bit. Lavoy on the 17th hole, the pin to the far left. Going to be very hard to hold this thing out where this pin is. Lavoy will use a Stinger Sniper. He's good at these. He needs it desperately. Desperately. Long. So he'll have a left breaker. And he makes his putt. That's a birdie. We'll move to 18th hole. Matthews being very deliberate right now. Trying not to make any mistakes. Gave one up on the last hole. There's wanting more fireworks.
It's important that Chubby Cox doesn't let this unravel right now. Very important. He's lost a stroke on the last hole. Right now, we project a 2-stroke advantage just about right now.
And this is not where he wanted to be. He wanted to be a little bit more. He should be fine here.
There's an action putt right there for Blob. Must make. Boy, what a great shot.
And Blob missed his putt.
Blob missed his putt. Great shot from Chubby Cox.
Great shot. Houston Orbits threw it all the way to the back of that green, let it back up. Blob has missed his putt. Most likely going to move into the losers bracket unless Matthew Hanson absolutely disintegrates, which I'm telling you now he's not going to do. Too steady. He's not going to blow your doors off with a 34 under par or 32, but what he's going to do is he's going to consistently play great shots, not make a lot of mistakes, and he is capable of a great score. I think I've seen him shoot a 33 under on Dodge.
Oh, very capable.
But now he's got the full screen as he finishes up his round. This is just, it should be a victory march.
Don't know what kind of pace they're playing right now. 14 under, 12 under. Duck Rubber against Apollo Fury.
Duck Rubber's up too?
Yeah, but it doesn't show what kind of pace they're playing. You know, Apollo could be a couple holes behind for all I know.
No, that's true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. That's a very good point.
As we watch Chubby Cox finish off these last 2 holes right now.
And you've done this a long time on the arcade side. When you have 2 really good friends go head-to-head, you don't cheer, but you almost hate to see 2 good friends play each other and one have to lose. And that's what I'm facing right now. I mean, Matthew Hanson and Brian Lavoy, 2 very good friends of mine in the mobile game. Hate to see Brian lose the way he did.
This is and Brian's down here just, giving some disappointing hugs right now like he could have been better.
He could have, and he knows it.
But he has he still has another opportunity. He's not out.
100%. The guys that are hugging when they lose 2 are the ones you feel bad for. Brian's still in this tournament.
And Matt Hanson sends one away. This is a beautiful shot.
That was very nicely done.
Just right over the hole and leaves himself an easy putt. Love watching the different styles and how people swipe.
Checking out YouTube right now as Hanson finishes off Brian Lavoy. Josh Carlson watching with us. Dirtbag from the Golden Tee Mobile game. Micah Middleton. Brian Muxlow. Some very, very good players. Of course, Dirtbag almost qualified for Vegas last year in week 17. Played me in the semifinal and had me dead to rights and missed a short putt. Chris, you called that match. Missed a short putt on the 18th hole of Desert Valley, and I ended up facing Barrett Detterman, who knocked me out. But Dirtbag was almost there. Of course, Brian Muxlow watching. We've seen Jesus play in several of the qualifiers. Hanson bends this around. That's
I was concerned he was going to be short, but
this is really all over but the crying. He's going to pull out a Ranger. If he misses, he's not going to care. He's just going to tap in. Here's his, it's a left hand. This is a hard one.
It's a little high.
But he's fine.
This is a tap in, 1 putt to win.
And he's in.
Gets it done.
So Chubby Cox continues through the winner's side. Big victory. That's a good match because he just played a very, very good player in Brian Lavoy and, quite frankly, won easily.
3 of our final 4 set now as we have Tilt Nasty, Bandaments, Chubby Cox now, and then the winner of one of our next matches, I believe that will be coming to the stage, Matt Calderon, Calzone versus who do we
Swiper
have?
Sniper.
Swiper Sniper,
Yep.
Rick Coppathorn. Getting ready to go to break. Our captain, Adam Kramer, will come back with a call, a little bit of a shift change as we come back. This is the 2022 Golden T-Mobile World Championship.
Welcome back to the Westgate. I'm Chad Schrump, and I am with my good friend, Greg Kinsler, two-time arcade Golden Tee World Champion, and we are filling a little bit of time because we have a software bug that Andy Coleman and his crew are taking care of right now. I think we'll be back up and running shortly, and matter of fact, I think they have a fix. They're just trying to put the finishing touches on it. So, how you been, bud?
Good, buddy. Good to be here. Just got here about a half hour ago, so, the lights and the glamour,
You're back in your element.
I am back in my element. I was, literally when I walked in this room, I was like, I remember this, and the feeling came back, and pretty excited about the tournament.
Yeah, I was on Gino's podcast this week, and we talked about mobile for a while, and then I kind of flipped the script on him. I said, let's talk about arcade for a little bit. Tell me about Greg. I mean, what do you think about Greg? And he and I both agree that when it comes to arcade, you brought something different than others didn't bring. It's like that intensity and that, this is a legitimate freaking sport right now. This isn't just I'm not a video game nerd. Or this is a sport, and I'm going to rip your throat out. And that's. You haven't played in a while. I mean, you're just now getting your groove back. Pandemic killed us. You've been Courtney, your wife's been working. You've been with the kids.
Mm-hmm.
You've been daddy on duty.
Oh, yeah.
And so now you're trying to get that game back. What's that been like on the arcade side?
So I qualified the week before the world shut down in 2020. Mm-hmm. So I literally, once that happened, pandemic hit, I did not play a single game of Golden Tee for almost a year and a half. Not a single game. I didn't just shoot out and
crazy.
Bang a couple or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, obviously I was trying to qualify for mobile because I wanted to do the double.
Both of us.
Yeah, exactly.
We both did.
But that didn't happen. But
nope.
Wanted to do the double dip while I was out here. But I've been playing pretty hard for the last 6 to 8 weeks, I would say. Not banging, but consistently trying to get 10 to 15 games a day, at least 5-6 times a week.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, especially you go from no play, from a guy that is, frankly, and I'm biased, and I love you like you're my brother.
Yeah, same.
But I consider you like a Mount Rushmore guy. Some people say, well, maybe if Mount Rushmore had 5 or 6 for sure.
Yeah.
I say you're in it. And to go from that to not playing at all, and then putting that trackball in your hand again, did it feel like a foreign object at first? This craziness, right?
Yeah, so obviously they say, in real golf, your first thing to go is, short game, putting, things like that.
Yeah.
It wasn't just that for me. I had to learn the stouts, too.
So are you playing stouts?
I am,
You almost have to, right?
I think at this level, with the exception of a couple of guys Burnsy and Grover, I know don't play the stouts. I don't know who else, but
Matt Cavanaugh, Mike Johnston.
Yeah,
and they're not here this weekend, but there's not a lot.
But other than those,
what about
guys,
Brian Bernhardt?
Yeah, Burnsy.
Yeah,
and he's not really a volume player anymore, but he was, for a long, long time.
Yeah,
and where, excuse me, where these guys have had almost 2 years on these courses, I had 8 weeks to learn them. I literally saw him for the first time 2 months ago.
That's unbelievable.
You know what I mean? So,
and here you are, though.
Yeah.
And you and I have been talking, and you feel like your game has elevated. You're feeling more comfortable.
I'm excited. It's getting my game over the last couple of weeks. I just see the progression. Before I was hitting good shots tee to green, but I was getting a little. I don't want to say nervy, but I guess maybe even when I was just playing by myself, I would get a little yippy.
Yeah.
On the greens.
Yeah.
Stabbing at it instead of just a nice, smooth, fluid stroke. But over the last couple of weeks, I've seen my putting get a lot better, my short game get a lot better, and I'm starting to kind of dial in the lines on the stouts, in distance. So, the goal for me, nothing more than just to make the cut, and hopefully I can see what happens after that.
Let's switch gears. You and I have been talking, and we're getting ready to go to a match. It looks like we've got the software figured out.
All right.
So mobile, you still play mobile. You're still in Golden Tee Mobile, the league. You made the playoffs this season.
I did. I rallied in week 4. and I needed to. I still enjoy. I love the competition of Golden Tee the League. It's a lot of fun. Like I don't casually play really anymore.
Yeah,
but
it's got to mean something in
yeah,
any play.
yeah.
You're not going to be a volume guy in that. So, but what I'm getting, my point is that we are looking at two guys you know very well.
Yep.
Matt Calzone, in his All Hail America gear, as he had last year as well. A little bit different outfit last year. I think he had a suit jacket. There it is. It's on the back of his chair.
Oh, yeah.
And he's playing the good doctor, Rick Coppathorne, who, by the way, I want to say something. We were questioning what Rick was doing. This is very important. I want everybody to hear this out there. Rick was on his phone, and not Gino, I said, what is he doing on his phone? He's not calculating anything, is he? But it looked like he was. He absolutely was not. We've gone back and reviewed the video.
Oh, yeah, I was on the plane when I was watching. I saw that.
It looked like it, though, right? I mean, he looked like he was punching the numbers.
I knew where you were going when you mentioned that.
I wondered if, hey, have we made some kind of a rule that it's okay to use your calculators? He was not. So it's out here now. He was not using calculator. He was changing his music. He's a dentist. He's not a moron. He's smart. He can do math better than I can. I need my hands and my toes. He does not. So I just want everybody to know he is not using his calculator, and also it is not allowed. So anyway, I want that out there. I want his name clear. He's fine. Finished third last year, and he is in the winner's side. And more to my point, this is an awesome matchup. This is Matthew Calderon, Swiper Sniper, which is Rick Coppathorne. These are the winner's side. We're trying to get into the Final Four. Blav just got beat by Chubby Cox. So three of our Final Four set, Greg. We've got Tilt Nasty, Riley Hitchcock. You've got Lance Harris, Banaments. And they will be playing momentarily. Chubby Cox is in the Final Four of the winner's side, and we are trying to find our fourth, and that is Calzone or Swiper Sniper, and it looks like we are going to play Pine Coast. So,
all right.
Coincidentally, that is the course that Calzone beat me on to advance. I don't know what week it was, but he eliminated me. Yeah.
He shot one better, and you shot par.
Yeah, that wasn't good enough. You can't shoot par on Pine Coast and expect to win, especially with the stakes like they are.
Well, especially with that in qualifying with the GSP tiebreaker, you got to feel like unless you got like 90,000 points, then you need a one better.
You need a whole something. So I mean, I think we're on the way. These guys are playing Pine Coast front nine. We will play 18 holes. Here's Calzone.
Yeah,
he is way left. Why couldn't he have done that against me? Actually, he made two. He made two against me. He made a stinger sniper against me on this next hole. I remember it well. I've seen it many times. So,
yeah. So, the first three holes, especially in like when you're playing at home, if you don't make one of the first three holes, you feel like you're behind a shot.
Yeah, and you typically are. Yeah, you're typically behind somebody. We do have an update on the loser side right now. Will Davis, Shankopotamus, if you are watching the stream, you need to get back in this pavilion because you've got Jordan Scott next. You are on a timer. In another 15 minutes, if you are not here, you are going to be disqualified, and Jordan Scott will advance in the loser side. So, Will Davis, Shankopotamus, you are too good of a player not to be competing right now. Get in here. Let's play this match. In the meantime, winner's side, Swiper Sniper, Calzone, Pine Coast, front nine.
Rick's still lining up hole one.
Rick is methodical. It works for him, though.
It does. Yeah, I can't say anything bad about Rick. Rick's a great player.
And Rick's a good friend.
Yep, good guy, great guy.
And Gino and I talked about this, made the 2019 Golden Tee Arcade World Championship by qualifying in the CTTP.
Ooh, Rick buried it. There it is.
There you go. 24,000 great shot points. Took his time, made it. And again, he is not using a calculator, okay? I just want to make sure everyone knows.
He is not the Patrick Reed of mobile.
He is not. He's not a cheater. He's a damn good player, I'll tell you that. Methodical, gets the job done, takes a one-stroke lead on Matthew Calderon, who is clean through two.
I wonder if he's this methodical on the real golf course, because that would drive me nuts.
That's not what do they call that? Ready golf?
Yeah,
That is
that-
anti-ready golf.
Yeah, he does not play ready golf.
Riley Hitchcock, Tilt Nasty, watching up close and personal. Lance Harris, watching up close and personal. Front row seats to this match. Of course, they are still alive. They will be playing next on this stage. It will be Lance's third match up here on the main platform. And I just kept talking to Gino, Greg. It's like, imagine Tony Johnson thrown in this mix.
Oh, my gosh.
It'd just be a who's who. But still get a chance to see all those players under one roof in May in Chicago when we have the Chicago Open player run tournament. Hoping for at least 50 players. A lot of money added in. So here we go. Swiper, sniper.
So I know
I
remember hearing you allude to Tony Johnson being a
Woo.
family man
Yeah.
by not being here. Oh my gosh! I mean, tell me about it. That's
Let me tell you
pretty
something.
amazing.
Yeah, let me tell you something though. I was wrong.
No, you're right because
He's with his boys.
Yeah,
He's with his boys. He's not with us, his boys. He's with other boys.
He's with other boys.
So I was wrong.
You were, you know what? And I actually knew that, but I wasn't. If you hadn't thrown him under the bus, I didn't want to. So
I'm throwing him under the bus. I said something to him yesterday too.
Yeah,
So.
he told me that a while back that he had a ski trip scheduled with his buddies.
For a long time.
Yeah,
I mean, it's been
long
scheduled
time.
for a long time. It was before IT decided this is when we were going to have
Correct,
Vegas.
correct.
He had made plans.
And I guarantee you, he had this one weekend circled, and he was just being like, "Please, please, please, no."
And then,
please,
of course,
no.
And then,
Boom.
of course, right. Jeez.
Horrible.
All right, so we continue. We continue on. Matthew Calderon is looking at his next shot. He's got a sniper out. And he's short, but he's fine. That'll be a makeable putt for Matt. Swiper still in one-stroke lead.
I can't see Rick's distance here.
Yeah, I can't see anything. I'm having a really hard time. I would be doing a whole lot better if I could see better. I cannot see. So, doing the best we can with what we got. This is a big hall. There's a lot of lights. This is nobody's fault but my eyeballs, honestly. I just don't see as well as I'd like to.
Yeah, that needs to be like.
Best case scenario is I would be able to stream right in front of my face, but I'm a little bit behind. It's a few seconds behind. I take my device and just watch it. But I know the shots. I just don't know what they're using.
Calzone, is he just trying to line this up, or is he thinking over what he wants to do here?
I mean, I think these are the two most methodical players in the game.
Yeah.
To me, they are similar-brained, very conscious of the math and the distances and how far this ball is going to carry, and they both remember a lot of things. A 5-wood goes 250, and with a javelin it carries 242. I mean, whatever. They're really big on that, and it rolls out to 270. Both of these guys are very like that. Whereas I might play a match in 6 minutes.
Me too.
It might take them, and I think that's the arcade side.
Okay,
Dennis.
so Rick is on. Okay, oh man, Rick just hopped it over. Did a little bit of math wrong. Calzone, beauty shot. But
good shot, Matt. That's a good ball.
But Rick is just tapping on hole 3 right now. I guarantee you, I would already be done with the 9.
Guarantee it, man.
Guaranteed.
Oh, yeah, me too.
And even in a tournament setting, in
Me
this
too.
setting right now, I would be done, and I would be sitting back, and I would look up at the screen, and I'd be like, "Holy cow, he's only on hole 4."
Yeah, part of that, though, for me, the faster I could play, the less chance I allow nerves into my game.
Mm-hmm.
It's less time for thoughts to creep in your head like, oh, well, wait a minute. Am I sure I want to do that? And I'm not saying it's the right or wrong way. It's just how I play. Play fast. And these guys are anti that.
It's a little bit of a defense mechanism, I guess you could call it.
Yeah. So Calzone makes that one. I think he's still down 1. Again, I can't even see the score.
Yeah, Calzone's. I'm 99% sure he's on par, and Rick has got
One
his
better
one
still.
better.
Yeah. But I keep. Oh my!
No. Oh no!
Big mistake for Rick Copperthorne. He has allowed that shot to go in the water. 1-stroke penalty. He is now best case scenario birdie here. Wow.
Did not see that coming.
Actually, it's still eagle if he holds this.
If he holds it, yeah.
But he's looking birdie square in the face. So I believe you might as well say, after we watch this shot, that we've got an even up match again.
Yeah, I mean, more times than not, you're not going to hold this out. So, man, I'm shocked that he did that there. And he almost hold it out.
Wow, he's been. I don't know the GSPs for most players today. I've only you only get to see so many matches up here.
Sure.
Rick might have had 150,000 great shot points in his match that he was up here earlier on Agave. Every hole that he pointed was 20,000 plus.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi cut out on hole 11, I think. It was right after Sam messed the 1 iron
Sam
up.
went long on 10
Yep.
and put it in the back trap and missed his chip
Was
out.
that the difference in the match?
He lost by. So Sam holed out 18 to lose by 2. So he made several mistakes along the way. Is it hole 15 or 16? The drivable par 4, the little skinny green. It's downhill like
16,
8 or 9.
16?
He hit right above the pin. It bounced hard left and hopped in the water. So Sam was done then. But then Sam holed out 18 when the pin was bottom left. He floated a 3-wood in with a javelin. It went right in. I mean, it was a beautiful shot by Sam.
Wow.
But he still lost by 2. But we're on the.
Oh man, Rick is
He's
firing.
really all over. I mean, Rick has a chance to win this tournament.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. So before I actually forgot about it, but there were 3 guys that I wanted to target in the Calcutta. Rick was one of them, Riley was one of them, and Duchesne was the other.
Yeah.
Not because, we got Calzone just almost did the half Calzone fist raise.
he was hoping.
He was trying. But yeah, I really liked Rick's chances in this. Obviously Lance, but I just wasn't, not that I didn't think he would make it once I found out
Lance?
the format of the last chance qualifier. But bidding on somebody that high without even a spot in the tournament is obviously extremely risky.
It's risky. But I also know that, Greg, and I believe this in my heart, that no one has ever played mobile the way he's playing right now. And I'm talking about Tony Johnson, too.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I think that's a stretch, maybe. Tony played the game.
If Tony's listening right now, he's like, oh, I wish I was there.
I wish he was too.
So do I.
I mean, I wish he was too, but I mean,
we can say they're clearly, and before Lance put the game down after not qualifying last year, he was leaps and bounds above anybody else before.
Yeah.
But then when
People
he
caught
put
up.
the game down for a little bit, people caught up and people passed him because his game didn't necessarily evolve.
Rick's got to make this.
Oh man.
Rick's got to make this. Calzone is interested in watching.
Yes, he is.
I am not going to go too many strokes or too many holes ahead without knowing where I'm at. And I don't blame him. If Rick's going to play this slow, then I think Matt has every right
Absolutely.
to see where he stands.
Yep, no doubt.
Because Rick, all he has to do is turn around and see where Calzone's at, and that's a distinct advantage on how you play your holes. So
Sure.
big chip right here for Swiper Sniper. And he is
Got
in.
it. That
Big
was clutch.
shot,
Big
clutch.
shot.
Coppathorn. Calzone watched that, didn't flinch.
So so Rick just turned around to check back on the score.
Yeah,
Which
he's
is-
been looking.
yeah.
And he did last year too. Rick
Yeah,
was the one that was looking.
See, this setup is really nice because both players have that opportunity.
Yeah, I
Last
agree. This
year-
is different
yeah,
from last year.
Last year, that one player could look up and just casually look,
Yeah.
and he wouldn't even know he was looking.
Yeah.
But this year, with how it is, both. I mean, and both people should be able to know and see what your opponent is doing in the live setting. You shouldn't be just playing blind.
And I think it's great. Calzone is waiting for him to finish his 9. He is not playing that 10th hole because this is a crucial hole. This is a double eagle hole on 10 that you essentially have to have. And he is going to make sure that
And it
Coppathorn
looks
has
like
finished.
a tough setup too. It's a 12 at like 4 o'clock. It looks like.
I mean, you're good. I don't know. I can't see it. I haven't been able to see anything all
I got
day.
my eyes have a couple lesser years.
Yeah, I'm going to have to bring my glasses tomorrow.
Mark Duchesne.
Mark Duchesne walks by, one of the best
sporting
players in the world. Is
Sporting the Michigan Go Blue hat.
Of course, he's a graduate of the University of
Yes,
Michigan.
he is.
Mark Duchesne, shout out to his son, Charlie.
Hey, Charlie.
Speaking of shout outs, after we watch,
Look at Calzone. He's like, dude.
he's like, will you hurry? My God, I'm slow and I'm done. So a little bit long for Swiper. But Calzone's wife, Annie, is watching this match, hoping like crazy. Her husband wins, and their 3-year-old son, Brody. And by the way, we're going to make an announcement right here on this stream.
Oh, boy.
Congratulations to the Calderones. They are expecting child number 2.
Yes, sir.
They
How
have
about
not
that?
even announced that on Facebook. Now, they've not been secretive about it, but they haven't made a big announcement yet. But I do want to announce officially that the Calderones are expecting baby number 2. So I was given permission in the Westgate restroom as I talked to Matthew before this match started. He said I could do this. So congratulations, Calderones.
Well, I hope he told his parents at least.
Hasn't told anybody. No, I'm just kidding. Just me. He's only told the announcer. And literally tens of people watching. Now we've got a great crowd watching right now. At one point we had over 150 people watching.
All right.
We've still got over 100 right now.
What's up, guys? Thanks for joining.
All right, so we are looking at hole 10, and Calzone has decided he is going to at least peek at this hole. I'm not sure if he's ready to shoot his shot yet.
Oh, yeah, that's actually a really nice setup.
I'm glad you can see it.
It's a 12 mile an hour going at about 2 o'clock, so it's helping a little. And the pin, I mean, anytime you're able to use a sniper on this hole, it's an easy setup.
I agree. Complete control of the shot. Good shot from Rick.
Yep.
It's going to have, well, I mean, it wasn't a great shot from Rick, but it's not a bad shot. He'll make this putt. Left breaker. And he's in. Moves on to the 9th hole. I didn't see the look Calzone had when he hit his. Is this a makeable look? Oh, that's not a bad look. That's a nice jab look.
It is.
It's a nice jab. Boy.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Oh,
All right,
big chip here. Big
now I'm
chip.
surprised Calzone went ahead. Why did Calzone play? He waited all that time.
So I think he wanted to see what Rick did on 8. And he wasn't really concerned about 9 because 9 just kind of being straightforward.
So he just wants to be done and get his 18 over, I guess. But I felt like Matt was waiting on Rick to finish and then be synced up again all the way through. But you're right, apparently. He just wanted to see how he did on either 7 or 8. And go, and Rick throws in a sniper. He's not even going to mess with the jab.
Yeah, I think Rick.
Which I don't blame him. I mean,
Rick uses a ton of snipers, way more than I do.
So Rick is what?
13.
12 under, or is he 13?
13.
So 13, and Matt, is he 13 as well?
Yes.
Okay. So we're tied up. Matt has a huge double eagle chip from the sand.
And he's really good at these.
He's really good at everything.
Yeah, no, he is. But he's especially good at these short little pops.
Oh, boy, and he left it short.
I totally jinxed him. He's going to kill me when he hears this.
That is the announcer's curse.
That is. And
you're not even like
I'm not even a real announcer.
Yeah, neither one of us are.
But he's so good at his math on those little shots. Man.
Now, would you play mobile, do you ever use the torpedo on your chips from the sand?
No.
Because Chubby Cox did the last match we watched. He made
Well,
both. I think he made one of the two with the torpedo uphill.
Like Pine 16, if I know I need, if I think in my mind I need to make it, then yes, every once in a while to that top right.
Oh, big mistake.
No,
that was a water ball from Rick Copperthorne. This is a chip for eagle.
This is chip to tie.
It's chip to tie. Huge.
Ranger putt.
That's huge for Matt,
I had to
though.
get one of those in there.
Thank you. That was huge for Matt. He does not lose a stroke on a hole when he misses a chip.
Yeah, big.
So we are still tied through 10. Wow, I did not expect that.
So, yeah, to go back to your point about the torpedo, only if I think I just have to make it and it's uphill.
Yeah. I think I still, at that point, I just try to power it up there and just let it bounce in front. and
one hop in.
Yeah, you typically.
The boom, boom.
Yeah, typically.
I saw Vic do it a couple times last year.
Yeah, I remember
Worlds,
that.
And that's kind of where I took notice, so I messed around with it a little bit.
Me too. That's when I saw. That's the first time I had seen. I think I'd probably tried it.
Yeah.
But not. I mean, I would never think to do it in a tournament setting like this.
Well, I mean, when I first started playing, I looked at like the streak and the turbo. What?
Well, he does use a lot of snipers.
The torpedo as like a shot to make from the fairway, and
Yeah.
then I quickly learned. I was like, no.
Right. So we're still tied we are through 11, and this course will eventually start bearing its teeth. So
yeah, this course presents an awesome finish.
it does. It really does. This is one of the underrated. Like the front nine, I'm not a big fan, honestly, but the back nine is a hell of a 1v1 type setting, a head-to-head matchup type course. It is really fun, presents a lot of challenges, and if they're tied going into 18, I can't wait.
18,
and even 16. 16, if you have a chance to get it there,
yeah, 16
could be the difference.
16 can either shut down for both guys, be easy for both guys.
Or it could be on the brink.
Right,
I mean, you've got to hit a perfect shot.
Yeah, when it's on the brink, that's when I'm like, okay,
yes.
If I make eagle here, I got a chance to pick up a stroke.
And I expect both players to birdie 17, but 17 can set up really difficult, especially that hole looks almost like a ribbon.
Yeah.
And if they put the hole where like a bow tie, almost like it looks like a bow tie, if they put that hole, if that pin's right center of the bow tie, and you've got the wrong wind, I mean, crazy things have happened in these big kind of tournaments where people might hit a rock, hit a cliff, bounce back, kick.
You miss ad by a percentage, and that pin is all
the
the way in
match
the
could
back.
be over.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see what 17 is going to look
Yeah.
like, and 18 is typically. That's just an awesome hole.
18's awesome.
Yep.
Probably my favorite finishing hole in the game.
Yeah.
If I'm down one going into that hole in my mind, I'm like, okay, hey, I can definitely.
I like teal 9 too.
Teal 9 is
That's
great.
a good front 9 finish. If I'm down one going into teal 9, I feel like I still have a chance to win.
Yeah, I heard you earlier say how Rustic is probably your favorite, or you said that on Gino's podcast, I think, that Rustic was your favorite match play course. For me, it's probably Pine. Like anytime I draw Pine, I'm like, all right, this is great.
I mean, I see that for sure.
Because the front 9 stinks. Not stinks, but it's
fair.
It's just easy. And if you don't shoot par,
Hell, I shot par and still lost,
exactly.
right? Which could happen on any course. But the back 9, you're right. This back 9 is going to get fun, and we have now.
And starting right here.
We're now into it.
Yep.
Like this drive is as important as any shot they have hit this entire match.
Yes.
Right here. Because you want to be in a position to be able to get to this very difficult green to hit in 2.
And they got a pretty nice wind for the approach, but once they get down to the fairway, the wind's going to flip around and help them. But there's a lot of setups where you can't get it real closer than like 45 feet. And in this setting, that's a hard putt.
Yep. Yeah, because that's a sloping green, and you're going to get big break on it. And Matthews hit a very nice shot. He's a little closer, I think, than Rick. Oh, look at that pin.
Ooh, tucked way up.
Nasty boy.
Yeah, this is definitely where something like I might struggle with in this situation because I haven't been playing a ton, knowing exactly what your carry distance is.
It looks like Calzone is going to float in a grabber, maybe. And Rick is looking like he is going to use a sniper as he typically does. So that wind is helping, correct? It looks like it's blowing
it is, so it's going to help
a little bit left or right.
It's at about 2 o'clock, it looks like.
Yep.
12 miles an hour.
And it's a big wind.
That's a big wind.
Start this thing left, let the wind bring it to the right, and just try to land on top of the hole.
Yeah, see, this is like I said, for me.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Good. I mean, you couldn't have asked for anything better than that.
Yeah, this is where repetition of just gameplay, knowing exactly how far your sniper is going to roll. And that's just from memory. I mean, like, when I was playing a lot, like during the qualifier.
That's a good shot.
Like, I would see a setup, and I knew exactly what 100% would go on certain holes, like Tundra 18 or something.
Yeah.
If I saw a wind, I'm like, okay, a 99% high T 10.5 degree driver is going to carry 266. Like I knew, like every time, and it would every single time.
And you lose that repetition, you forget some of those things.
Absolutely, you do. Like I'm still good. I can still count my clicks, but as far as like distance-wise, like
you made a hell of a run, season 9 gold, the last week.
I did. I was way out of it.
I thought you were going back to silver. I thought you were getting relegated.
So did I.
What'd you go, like 7-3, 8-2 in the last week?
8-2, I think.
Yeah, solid, man.
Yeah.
That's great playing against best players in the world, right? So.
And the two that I lost.
Big chip for Rick. Rick left that.
Ooh.
This is big chip. This is, I mean, you're talking.
I wish we could see if we could Ranger that.
Nice, Rick.
Clutch.
Yep, clutch. Rick has made some great clutch shots to save this match. Now, Matthew has played well too. I mean, this is This is a good one. This is going to go down to the wire, and Matt is going to, looks like Stinger snipe this. Oh, just passed on the left. That was
missed.
slide past. That's a shot that he has added to his game, and this is it's derived from Sam.
Yep.
The different iterations, the 3-iron Stinger sniper, the 1-iron Stinger sniper, and people are learning these shots. That's, in the past, what you and I would have done on this shot. We would have hit a low 9-iron, maybe a pitching wedge, javelin, started out left, let it float back, let the green bring it to the hole.
Yeah, not
and now
anymore.
guys are throwing 3-iron, 1-iron snipers at 40% or whatever, and it's just a different game.
Well, I remember when, we probably talked about this before, but
This is what we would have done, and right now Rick has not added that shot to his game.
correct.
And that's a disadvantage, man. I don't care what anybody says. You need to have that shot in your game.
You do, 100%.
He's still birdies.
I remember when the pandemic started and you and I started playing the game, and we were
lot.
talking all the time, every day, playing a lot. And I was like, dude, do you know if you are on like Desert 1 and you're 150 yards, you take a driver out and pull it back to 50%, and if you hit it straight, it goes dead straight. And it goes the proper distance every time.
Yeah.
And then we started seeing like
Nebraska
ball do
Yeah.
it from
Yep.
everywhere, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, we got to get this in
Yeah.
our game.
Yep.
And then I always did it with jabs until actually after last year's Worlds, when Mike Smith actually kind of told me what Sam had told him
Yeah.
about the sniper stingers, like the calculations and stuff. And I was like, holy cow, this is like
Yeah.
a game changer.
Game changer. That's right.
And I really worked on it for a long time and got really good at it. Season 8, I
Good
think
shot
I
by Matt.
finished top 4 in gold, and I finished second in the playoffs, I think. And that was primarily because I had finally added that Stinger sniper into my game.
Wins in their face. Or is that going to be right to left? Ooh, I think this is what we were hoping for.
think so
Maybe a
too, dude.
potential to get there.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I mean, it's going to be Matt's going to think about this one. This is what we were hoping for. I don't think it's going to be dead in their face.
See, dude, if I'm
You see all this? Yeah, that's going to be a right to left wind. This got a chance to make it, maybe not. Or you plant that ball right in the trap and hope you can make your chip, right?
See, if I'm Matt right now, I'm hitting this tee shot and then I'm waiting until
Yes,
until Rick catches up.
100%.
And then they'll have a staring duel about who's going to hit first.
Yeah. All right. So this is not the easiest shot in the world that Rick Copperthorne is staring down. It's not hard. He's trying to get the numbers
I wish I could
right.
see the cursor. Is Calzone going for the middle strip there? Or is he going?
Let's look. Looks like he's on that right fairway. He's on that right fairway.
Yeah.
He's not going to that center little jutted piece. All right.
Well, I guess by going to that far right fairway, you're going to –
And that ball's going to come down on the green.
because
and
the further left you go, the more the wind's going to be into you.
I agree. That's going to help him. The farther right you go, that wind's going to help you reach this green.
Yep.
Hit the top of the green and let it come down and have somewhat of a manageable putt. But then they're going to be looking at putts that – well, I can't even see the pin, to be honest.
I know.
Can you see the pin?
Yeah,
Is that top right?
It looks like it – no, I think it's to the left. Oh, you know what? I think it's like front, like middle to where they're going to be coming in from.
People right now watching the stream can see where this pin is a whole lot better than we can. So we apologize if we sound like morons right now, but we can't see it.
Oh, it is top right.
It is top right.
Yep.
So I think if Matt's smart here, he's going with – he's getting there.
I wish we could see the yardage.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be nice?
Oh, yeah, so that's man.
So Rick's going the same spot that Matt did, I think.
Yep.
Matt is pulling
Shot
back.
of the game right here, guys.
Yeah, this could very well determine who moves on in the winner's side and is in the Final Four. Rick has planted his drive safely. Matthew.
Calzone.
Okay, so
I think he might have been.
I
playing
think so
for
too.
that.
I mean, I really do think so, because this is how many yards does he have? I like to calculate this and sound smart.
20. No.
Can the producers? Can you guys see how many yards he has on this shot? How many yards does Calzone have on this shot? I don't know if they can. So 21, that's 42, 52. He needs to go about 55% if he uses a sand wedge. And it looks like he has a lob wedge out there.
He does have lob wedge.
So I'm not sure what the calculation is on lob wedge.
neither.
Sand wedge.
I would personally.
Sand wedge, 55%. I'm telling you, gets to the hole, and he's going lob wedge. That's something he must trust.
And he's going to go. And that's like 80 something. Oh, I left it short.
Just short. And you had to hit something else.
Oh, and Rick is being aggressive here. He's going with the Maniacs.
I don't blame him.
He did not look to see what Calzone did. But
so even best case. So if Rick has got to be aiming obviously far right side of that green, hoping it kicks, slows it down a bit, and give him.
The only real thing Rick can't do
maybe?
here is miss to the right.
Perfect.
It's
all
perfect.
Right, there you go. You've got a putt to win this match, honestly.
Yeah.
Now, we've got 2 tough holes to go, but if he makes this putt,
like,
he's got an advantage.
And it's a 50, it looks like 54 feet, I think.
I don't think you could get much closer.
No, you can't. You
mean,
couldn't.
unless you're taking a chance on hitting that rough to slow
You
it
had,
down
yeah,
enough.
you had to one hop into the rough and just
take
have
balls
it
of
trickle
steel.
down. Oh, gosh, no kidding.
All right, here we go. Biggest putt of the match so far for Rick Copperthorne.
Rick's got some ice in his veins, man.
Yep.
He's counting his clicks, too.
Calzone is waiting because he knows how important this shot is. This probably tells him how aggressive maybe he needs to be on his tee shot on 17.
Big deep breath out of Rick there. Got it.
Bang!
Boom!
Huge putt. 53-footer. A big right breaking putt. Eagle on 16. 1-stroke lead for Swiper Sniper. Calzone is facing a little bit of a problem, but we have 2 big holes to play. Hits a jab into the screen. That's going to be short. That is not one of his best efforts. He will have a putt here.
Oh, it's even?
Birdie.
Longino says that tied it up.
It's even now? Well, we sound like morons then. Well, man, we've created so much drama for no reason. so please, you know what,
guys? Seriously, it's
we can't. It's impossible to see.
We can't see the screen, so it's just really hard. So we apologize out there.
I'm really annoyed by this.
I'm just filling in for Kramer, so I don't have to apologize for anything. But
yeah. I mean, if they would give me a pair of binoculars, I could at least see the score.
That's true.
All right, so we're tied. We're tied.
We're tied.
Well, hell, I thought Rick had a lead.
Here we go.
Calzone.
I thought so too.
So those watching, we apologize.
So where did Rick?
I don't know.
Yeah,
hell,
we were. Oh, Rick.
That's a good ball.
Yep. Kind of same shot Calzone hit.
Calzone knows this shot.
I mean, if that monitor was just like right here,
yes.
it'd be fine.
I mean, that's as far as they could put it. I've asked that.
Of course you did.
It's
because you want to be able to see what's going on.
Just the announcer. I love you guys, but man, I like to see this better.
And 18. That's a fairly easy look, it looks like.
How many yards is that?
284, I think.
All right. I mean, this is essentially from the match. We'll be playing extra holes if both players tie here.
This is an easy one, though, to get in your mind. A little safe, and then you hang it out too far to the right.
Rick is taking his time. He's going to wait for Calzone to hit. Just took a nice long drink of a Bud Light.
This is where we get the stare off. Who's going to hit first?
He's rethinking now. He's not hitting now. He's going to try to pull back again. Rick, fly-by city. Calzone has found a line that he likes. Javelin. Got to get through the gap, let the green get hit, and then run.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. He's hit a branch.
Oh, he hit the branch.
And it kicks straight down. And now he is hitting a shot that he is unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
So let's see the creativity and the trust in the game, the repetition. And this is going to be a while before he hits a shot. So, does Rick know? Did Rick look to see what
He has
Calzone did?
He did not.
But what do I know? I thought Rick had a one-stroke lead. So, they're tied.
We, Maverick.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. I mean, we were really creating some drama that was already done. They were already tied.
Yeah, Rick has an Orbits on.
So Calzone had a one-stroke
Is
lead.
Rick meaning to hit an Orbits here?
Is that an Orbits?
Yeah.
Or is that a grabber?
Oh, no, that was a grabber.
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
grabber. All right, good shot.
Beautiful
This
shot.
is for the win.
For the win, yeah.
This is for the win. Oh, and he sees that
he knows
Calzone
that.
is in deep shit.
See, I would not have looked there because now while you're thinking of it, like that, for me personally, if I just would have stepped up and hit that putt without looking, because you just put undue pressure on yourself. Like,
And Rick Copperthorne looks like he has a chance to move on. This is a must-make from Calzone. Must make. Or he goes into the loser's side, where he can still meet Rick later tonight. He is going with a javelin.
It's got to get up, maybe.
This looks very nice. Oh, just
Yeah,
short.
it's gotta get up.
That was a great effort. That was a great effort, but Rick Copperthorne will move on. A one-stroke lead on
Another
Pine.
great match by Rick.
Rick just keeps on moving on. This is just an extension of 2021.
It is. He just keeps methodically picking people apart.
Doesn't make a lot of mistakes.
No, he
when
doesn't.
he does make a mistake, he makes a chip.
Yeah.
So well done. We were standing, watching the match. We're now back in position. Man, that was a good one. So now we have a Final Four on the winner's side.
We do.
So our Final Four looks like this. We've got Chubby Cox, we got Swiper Sniper, we have Tilt Nasty, and we have Lance Harris Bantaments.
Oof, what a battle that's going to be.
That's just, I mean, we're getting ready to fight for the King of the Hill. You can put down here on this graphic you're seeing in front of you right now, you can add Swiper Sniper into that. So the Final Four set, loser side still going on.
Yeah, and Riley shot 31-27, and Lance's shot 27-28. I know Lance's were both one-betters.
Yeah.
I don't know what course Tilt Nasty and Bond played, but
Riley's been playing like Riley's been playing for the last couple
they're
months.
clearly both on top of their games right now.
They are.
And that match is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I hope I can see it a little better than the last one. Yeah, so again, apologies that we didn't realize what the score was. We thought that it was a different score than it was. So that putt Rick made tied him up.
Yeah.
And how clutch was that then to be down by one and to come up with that? So there it is. There's the update.
There it is.
King of the Hill. We've got a Final Four set. Nice pace of play by folks. Moving right along. The loser side. Let's check this out. I am pulling it up right now. Did Shankapatos ever show up? Do we know? Nebraska ball is annihilating No-Do's early. However, No-Do's plays a little slower, so the 15 under to 4 under right now is what that score is. Nebraska ball might very well be 7 or 8 holes ahead of Jason Smith.
Absolutely.
Jason plays a little bit on the slower side.
Yep.
Mark, of course, Mark Duchesne is on the loser side. I'm fine, thank you. Duck Rubber is here. He is on the loser side waiting for his opponent. So some all these names that you know. Shankopotamus is here, we're just now being told.
All right.
That's good.
That's good news.
So Shank is playing Jordan Scott, our precocious teenager from Kentucky. And we'll let you know in a little while how they're doing. But what we're going to do now is take a break. And we'll be back in a little while. I want to thank Greg Kinsler for stopping by. Root him on in the Arcade Championship this weekend.
Heck yeah.
I know I will be.
Thanks, guys. I'm going to Hell's Kitchen, baby.
Hell's Kitchen with the great Dean Liakakos, one of the a Hall of Fame arcade player in his own right. Dean, one of the greatest guys I've ever met in my whole life. So,
Same.
So you guys have a great time. I'll be here with calling some great mobile action. Hopefully Gino or Adam Kramer will be back later. So thank you guys very much. We'll be back.
All right, and we are back. Golden Tee World Championship. We're getting the band back together for a little bit.
It's been a while.
Chad Schrump, Adam Kramer. Yeah, so we were here in Vegas last summer. I love this because I'm like a kid in the candy store.
Yeah, this is your jam.
This is my jam. All of this is a jam. I get to
Yeah.
be. I just get to be a big kid here. So
Yep.
I'm catching up now. We're getting the matches ready behind us. You've been in the booth.
All day.
You're workhorse for us.
I love it, though. I mean, it's not work. This is fun. I mean, watching best players in the world do what they do.
So we were talking before we came on. What have you seen? A lot of what you've expected to see.
Yeah, I mean, what I've expected to see, I thought we might see an upset or two, but what I really feel like we're seeing right now is the dominant players in the room are playing like dominant players. Like Rick Coppathorne has come back. Last year's third-place finisher has played very well throughout. Lance Harris has played like the monster in the room that we thought he might be. Tilton Nasty playing like maybe one of the best players in the world, which we thought he would be. And they're 3 of the 4 players that are in the Final Four. On the winner's side, as well as Chubby Cox, Matthew Hanson from Utah, has been a consistent player for the last, 8 months, 9 months. It's just very solid. So, man, this is just like – this is when in March Madness, Adam, you get to the Final Four and people are shitty because you don't have a Cinderella in the crew. There is no Cinderella in this Final Four on the winner's side. Now, it doesn't mean we're not going to have a Cinderella make their way to the championship from the loser's side. But right now we have 4 almost number 1 seeds right now on the winner's side.
So with Lance in particular, so we saw Tony Johnson, who's a Golden Tee arcade player, just look the part. And you and I probably beat the dead horse of the experience of doing that. But even just talking to Lance just now, he's in the zone, right? You enter a zone of comfort, and he's kind of naturally got those Zen-like quality anyways. He's like this silent assassin. So, I mean, what have you seen from him? Because we'll see him up here in a few minutes.
Literally an assassin holing out everything. If he makes a mistake, the next hole he holes something out. Man, it's precise Golden Tee, and it's what he's been doing the last 2 months. And I said on Gino's podcast just this week, Lance is playing the game, in my opinion, and I know I'm saying a lot here, better than anyone has ever played Golden Tee Mobile, and I'm including Tony in that.
Well,
now, that's a big statement. And the way Tony played last year, how he ran through this field, except for the one loss to Ben Costain in the finals, and then on Juniper Front, and then Whammy won going away in that final match. But Lance is really playing well. I like every match, Adam, he's holing something out, at least one shot, if not 2.
So I think it's cool too because my Golden Tee Mobile, obviously watching all the qualifier videos, which you did, but before it was a series of he getting screwed by the fringe. He'd have a wrong club. He'd lose to 80,000 great shot points. It was like a weekly occurrence of misfortune, which was hard to watch, honestly. And I've known Lance forever. We've known him as a Golden Tee guy. Look, we don't have a rooting interest. We want this thing to go and let the best man win. But there was a point in all that where I felt bad because, and you're seeing it now, just the game is off the charts. And yet getting here, he had to play his way in to get here.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And still yesterday, the best player, in my opinion, I keep saying that. I hate saying he's the best player in the world with Whammy still playing the game. But the best player here, in my opinion, is Lance, and had to play his way in. I mean, he came here, and of course it's just a short commute. I mean, he lives in Vegas.
Yes.
But to have to qualify yesterday and then to do what he's doing today, like a hot knife through butter, and just mauling people. He won by 7 strokes his first match. Won by 7. I mean, jeez. We're in the World Championship.
That's Tiger-esque.
That is Tiger-esque. Yeah. And he's playing like that right now. Now, Tilt Nasty, who he has next, and I think we're getting ready to watch that match.
Awesome. Yeah.
Is playing great. And if Tilt wins, I'm not going to bat an eye and act like I'm shocked, because I won't be. Because Tilt's Riley Hitchcock, another arcade guy from the day, is getting ready to take him on, and he is very confident. He has no nerves. So it's going to be a fun one.
All right, so this is a long, awesome weekend, by the way. So this is the first time that we've combined mobile and arcade. Last time was just mobile. So the party is just getting started.
It is.
The beers are starting to flow, including my own. We've got mobile, obviously. Now we're in the Final Four of the winner's side. We'll play this out. Then tonight we're going to do closest to the pin on the arcade side.
Yeah.
By the way, are you
I think Andy Coleman would murder me if I tried to make and I made my way into the World Championship. I think I would get killed.
Yes.
I mean, I would like to try it.
Yes, no, we're going to have to tap in. We thought it was a long day last time out. This is a long weekend for everybody. But it's an awesome weekend.
There's a buzz.
Yeah.
There is you can feel, not relief. I don't know what the word is for the arcade guys to get
I
their
feel
world
relief.
You do.
I feel relief.
You do.
Yes, yeah.
These guys are jazzed, man. You can just see it. They're walking in the room. They're smiling. There's a bounce in people's steps. They're back at the biggest stage in the world for something they love, and that's what this is.
This is 2 years in the making, and to get it back, to do Mobile Worlds last year was amazing, and it was a great time. But to combine these things of these different, cultures and communities, which there's some overlap, but they're also. It's about the people. It's camaraderie. It really is a great group.
It is.
But to just walk and see people that I haven't seen in a while and shake people's hand, and they are excited.
Yeah.
And just to hear and see people playing games over here, drinking beers, having a good time, and then getting ready to compete is it's why we do what we do. It's what I love about this job.
Yeah, and I love this community. I mean, I've been a part of this community for over 20 years. And like I said, there is a buzz in this pavilion hall right now that I haven't felt in a while.
Yeah.
And it's been a while. It's been especially a long time for you guys who have been
Absolutely.
trying to plan this out. But it's fun. God, the arcade guys, I know, are so ready to put on a show tomorrow. And right now, the mobile guys are putting on a show. I'm seeing a lot of arcade guys watch these matches.
I was just going to say, the mutual respect and the curiosity for a lot of these guys maybe who don't play or who have dabbled to come over here and just kind of wide-eyed, the same way that, some will look at the arcade tonight and tomorrow, is cool.
It is.
And they are different games.
They are different platforms completely.
Stylistically, one is more science, the other maybe more feel. But to watch those two come together, and you're right, to have these things sort of intersecting, we didn't know what that would look and feel like. It feels really good, but it just feels really good to be doing this event, like you said.
It does, man. It does.
And also, again, we'll plug this, but if you want to qualify for the arcade event, there's, 10 spots, I think, open?
I mean, that we know of. You never can.
It is.
It could be more than that by the time it's said and done. So if you're out and about and you think, why not give it a shot? I mean, $25, right? And,
yeah.
And you get a free T-shirt.
Come in, drink some beers. I'll buy you a beer. Buy you a beer. I got beers over here, right
I
here.
know
I'm ready.
do.
I'm ready for the long haul here.
I
So
know.
no, it does feel really good. And so tonight we have our closest to the pin event. Tomorrow we do qualifying. Then we've got match play. But first and foremost, we got to get ready for this. So okay, so you said that you wouldn't be surprised if we saw maybe a quote unquote upset. But I think in this is it if you're Lance, you're searching for that early hole out. Obviously, every shot in this you're trying to get, right? So there's not like forcing it one way or another.
Lance, I think right now Lance is in such a zone that he is thinking he can hole everything out.
Yeah.
And there's a methodical nature of the way he is playing the game right now. You can see, without seeing, you can see the wheels turning in his head as he's thinking about how do I want to approach this shot. And even when he misses, I mean, they are all over. You're getting ready to see. He's getting ready to put on the show. And I hope it's a course that is
What course would you like to see?
I would love to see them play Tundra. I would love to see them play Tundra right now. Rustic, we've seen quite a bit of. Agave, as much as I'm not the biggest fan of Agave, but these two guys could hole a lot of stuff out on Agave. So, I mean, Agave wouldn't be terrible because they both make a lot of things. But, man, Tundra would be a fun course right now.
Yeah, no, it is a challenging course. So they're setting up here. They're getting going. I think, too, Chad, one of the things that's really different about this, the way this is set up versus the arcade, you're sitting across from your playing partner. You're staring nose to nose. You hear the cheers. They're kind of playing their own games. When you're playing in the arcade, you're right there, and you're going blow for blow. And this, it's you and the device. And, oh, by the way, your partner's sitting as far away as we are.
Yeah.
And you can kind of feel the ebbs and flows of a match, but from a little bit of a distance. I imagine that's going to be a really big adjustment for these guys.
I think so, too. And one of the things that was kind of neat in the last match between Calderon and Copperthorne was that Matthew had gotten a little bit ahead of Rick.
Yep.
Stopped, sat back in his seat.
Yeah,
and said,
yeah, I
"You're-"
saw that too.
He said, "You're going to catch up because I'm not going to give you the advantage of knowing what I've done 6 holes from now and say, hey, you can see my score. You know after 14 holes I should be, I don't know, 21 under.
Yes.
And see that, hey, I'm only 19 under. I've got 2 strokes on you. I'm not giving you that advantage."
Yes.
And I thought that was pretty cool of Matt, and that was pretty well thought out. Now, it didn't work for him. Rick still won that match. But it was a good thought process.
So in terms of pace of play, because again, who do you expect to be kind of out in front here, front runner in terms of time?
If Tilt decides, if Riley Hitchcock decides he wants to play this match quickly, he could conceivably be done with 18 holes before Lance is done with 12.
Oh wow! So
Lance is very, and I keep saying methodical because it's the right word.
Yeah.
He is very methodical.
It's a very complimentary way to describe it. Yes.
And when you could see the wheels turning, man. He is thinking these shots out, and it works for him because he has been dynamic the way he's playing. He has been all the fireworks. He's been everything I was hoping he would be. And it's almost like this is 2 years of pent up frustration, sadness.
Yeah.
Just a whole feel. I mean, he's finally here. And it came hard. I mean, he had to do the last chance qualifier to even get here, and now he's in the catbird seat.
I don't think he was thrilled about seeing me come up here because I think some of the memories of those qualifiers was me
narrating his failures.
Stunned, saying, oh. But you know what? He's so locked in. And honestly, even the way he sits is the Zen master himself. His look at throw.
Like if you walked into his house right now, would you expect to smell cinnamon and spices and have that stuff burning?
Oh, yeah. No, it's
candles.
Like he looks – and also this was another thing that was striking about it as we get going here.
This is a good course.
Yeah.
This
is
a
tough course. Yeah.
This is a great match play course, man. You got to get through this front 9, and Riley's really good at holing out, so is Lance. I would expect both players to be one better on this front. And then the back 9, baby, ooh.
It gets really hard.
Yeah, it does.
And it's kind of a fitting course, by the way, as we talk about arcade and mobile coming together with, a course that's been around this game when you were playing, right? This is a game. This is a course that
and it was hard on arcade cabinet. I mean, this is a hard course. Oh, now here's a shot that Lance has recently learned. He did not know this shot last year. He just learned this shot. And Sam Hines is the inventor, duck rubber, of this shot. So what Lance is doing